Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of this year's Colorado Family Support Council's conference. For those of you who are just joining us, let me introduce myself. I'm Elisa Schaefer from Denver County, this year's Colorado Family Support Council president. We have another full day of conference sessions, presentations, and fun prepared for you. As I mentioned yesterday, our theme for this year's conference is Be Connected. I am an avid quote collector and constant learner, you'll see, and I come across something I'd like to share and start our meeting together this morning. Connections give our sparkle new meaning. We are like stars. We shine all on our own, but it's our connections that make us truly bright. What a wonderful meaning and outlook on connecting with those around us, and also giving purpose to those who we are and making these connections. I think you all sparkle, and we are so glad to have each of you with us. Okay, a few conference reminders before we get started. Please make sure you are completing session feedback at the end of each session. This is important for us for future planning and conferences. When entering sessions, please make sure to mute your camera and mics for optimal performance. When live in sessions, you cannot navigate through the platform. You will need to open a separate tab to do this so you are not disconnected from your session or the platform. For those participating in the gamification challenges, don't forget to submit your passcodes and our answers to today's challenge questions. And sponsors will be available in our sponsor hall on break, so stop by, say hi, and connect. Having issues with information or controls or chat not functioning properly? Make sure to refresh that homepage in between breaks or sessions, leave the session and rejoin, or clear your history or cache as needed. If this still isn't fixing the problem, IT's on hand and hopefully we can get you supported. Keep an eye on your announcements. These will help guide you on where you need to be and what you need to do for today's conference. And last but not least, smile and enjoy yourselves. I know, I can sense your excitement. You're ready to meet our plenary speaker. Tough crowd. I don't blame you. A relentless advocate for trauma-informed care and other interventions that people and communities heal. His passion manifests in his books Connecting Paradigms, Talking About Trauma and Change, Heart Variability, and Trauma-Sensitive Early Education, as well as his Trauma-Informed Lens and Heart Rate Variability podcast. Combining his master's degree in a community psychology and executive development, nonprofit management, and business administration, with his practical experience as a therapist and leader, he has developed research-based solutions to improve the health of individuals, staff, organizations, and systems. A sought-after trainer, he utilizes a participant-centered approach, which includes interactions, adult learning activities to maximize learning, retention, and application. Like his personality, his presentations are a dynamic dance of innovative research, practical applications, and a passion for the art and science of helping others, all while remaining kind, humble, and outgoing. Let me be the first to welcome for today's session of self-care and quality, our speaker and friend, Matt Bennett.
Thank you so much. It is quite an honor to be here today to talk about, I think, the topic right now that needs to be a priority for all of us. Whether you're delivering direct care and giving those great services that you do, whether you're a leader or manager, I hope to challenge everybody a little bit through these trainings. But I want to celebrate both the resiliency of you all. We've gotten here. I don't know in what shape you're in. Probably was a little healthier before the last 18 months, but I want to celebrate. You've continued to give great services to family, children in the state of Colorado. So I want to just start out with the celebration of resiliency. I also want to celebrate the resiliency of the organizers of this conference. I think my first conversation about this speaking was maybe two and a half years ago. I envisioned mentioned, a packed conference room, giving hugs to old friends, making new friends, actually shaking hands, maybe powwowing in the lobby, all those fun things. Hey, but we're going to make the best out of this, and it's quite an honor to be here and kick off day 2 with you all. So, as the introduction said, my name is Matt Bennett. I'm giving you my email address. With the main stage here, it's a little hard to do questions and answers, and with this number of people, it would probably turn into a disaster in my experience, having been on 1,000 Zooms over 18 months. So here's my email. I will give it to you at the end as well. One thing comes out of about the hour and 20 some minutes I have with you is I have a huge passion for this subject. So if you have any questions, please reach out to me. Before we start our journey together, one is I'm going to talk about you. We're going to focus on you during this talk. But the great thing about self-care is this is how human beings perform at their best. This is how human beings stay healthy under stress. So I know you're smart people, and so you can kind of say, yeah, this is about me, but it could also be about family, friends, and those that you serve as well. We're talking about human beings being as healthy as they can under stress. I also want to say, I'm a realist. I try, hypocrisy is not something I'm very good at. So I try to practice all of this. And it's been a tough stretch for me as well. And so maybe you might find yourself a little bit more than if we gave this talk 2 years ago, in a need to think about a recovery from everything that we've been under. I'm going to give yourself permission to do that. You have done amazing work. And if I were to create a group of people who would really be able to say, you know what? I'm going to sacrifice maybe my own mental health, maybe even risk my own physical health in a time of a pandemic to continue to give world-class services to the people you've dedicated your career to serving. That'd be you all. We have a whole conference full of some of the most resilient people. And so many of us, in fact, probably all of us, because I know a lot of you, we're designed for this, to step up in the face of hardship, to give hope in the face of trauma. And we're probably the worst group if we were to get a group of people together to say then, hey, you've been through hell. Now you've got to focus on your own health and wellness. And so this is the challenge that we have. You should be able to find in the files for this document a blank self-care plan. I'm going to use this because I don't have a ton of time with you. I'm going to give you as much strategies as I can fit into this time frame. That has my self-care plan on it, things I do every day, weekly basis to keep healthy. So you'll find additional plans there. And please download that document because at the end of this training, you'll have enough information to have that filled out. So when I talk about self-care, I like to think about this balance between helping fatigue and helping satisfaction. I always like to start before we kind of get into the dangers, so to speak, about the amazing things about our job. We get to go to work each and every day and help people, create safety within families, create safety for children, connect families and children to resources that are life-changing and life-saving for individuals. So one is we got to celebrate what we get to do every day. I'm probably not the only one that, thank God, I got to wake up every morning during the last 18 months and think about, okay, how can I bring trauma-informed care to folks? How can I help people manage the stress of this pandemic? How can I be a support to the folks that, like yourselves, that I care so much about? And so if I was a banker and I had to think about balancing a spreadsheet, I don't know where I would be right now. So let's celebrate that. Also, organizational culture we'll talk about, and our own self-care. So we want to keep ourselves on that side of the equation. But what we know, with even before this pandemic hit, we weren't doing well with all the trauma, the burnout inherent to the work. And we'll define that a little bit more, but we'll see that we weren't doing really well before the last year and a half happened. And then what hit us? Politics. I'm 46 going on 47. And I think every generation thinks their politics are crazier than any other generations. It's been nuts. And so we've been through this. It was just like 5, 6 months ago, our nation's capital got taken over. The election we've been through, all this stuff. I've sort of trying to do breaking from the news addiction that I had. But we've been through a hell of a time as a country, as communities, and sometimes even within our own families and our organizations, these political conflicts can come up. Fighting injustice, the Black Lives Matter movement. We had the biggest civil rights movement of my lifetime, and we're still in the midst of it happening. All this again within this 18-month period. The violence against our Asian American friends. I see us. I believe. I try to keep an eye on our legislator here. We have made some progress in the last 18 months on transgender rights, but that's not the case around the United States, and it breaks my heart to see this bigotry being incorporated into policy and law. So again, this fight's not over, but boy, when we look at this, and I think I'm not saying anything controversial, the systems that we're a part of, we have our own history of racism and struggles with that as well. And so have we had the time to really take, hey, how can we do better around making sure we're a diverse workforce, that we celebrate diversity as well? And then the pandemic just sat on top of this, changed how we work, put our own lives at risk, put our families' lives at risk, and really caused trauma for so many of us as well. So we have been through an unprecedented time. Now, in the trauma and trauma-informed care language that I use, and just a really cheap plug for my workshop that I'm doing this afternoon on trauma-informed care, I talk about protective factors, because what we know in the trauma research is that if certain variables exist before the trauma happens, we're more likely to experience what I like to say a quick or at least a fairly efficient post-traumatic recovery process. In other words, if there's certain pieces that we know build resiliency, then the trauma still, if you experience trauma, it's going to knock you on your butt, but you're more able, with a little help, to get back up. So did we have these protective factors going into this unprecedented time of continuing to provide services? And the answer, honestly, is no. We weren't doing well. If you look at this, healthcare, our friends, physicians, nurses, 1 and 2 for occupations for burnout. I would imagine most of my audience here probably falls under number 3, social services, social workers, followed by our friends in education, followed by folks in criminal justice. So I'm going to say we weren't doing well. Now, you might be the healthiest individual on the face of the earth. I have no way to prove you wrong at this point. But when we look that on average, we are, most of us, number 3 on this list for the most burned out professions, that is not okay. So we weren't doing great before this all hit. And then we went through this unprecedented time. So for a lot of us, we didn't have a lot of protective factors going into this. So my hope, and I'm kind of getting tired of the term new normal, but let's just use it because it's being talked about a lot. We don't just have to recover from what's happened, but we got to get our butts off this list. We need to get our healthcare workers off this list, our teachers and principals off this list as well. So hopefully moving forward, we can create some new habits. And again, instead of being one of the most burned out professions, to be one of the healthiest, because as we talk about here, self-care is quality care. And to do this, and if you've ever heard me talk before, it's hard for me not to put a brain slide up. I'm a big brain nerd because I think there's so much insight we can gain there. And if you want to see my brain slide, it will make an appearance in the trauma-informed care workshop. But I'm going to just summarize a lot of complex neurobiology, autonomic, parasympathetic, sympathetic nervous system, amygdala, prefrontal cortex with a cup. I'm going to make this real simple. And this cup analogy really does a good job of really helping us gain insight to where we are at. And sometimes putting that complexity in and making it simple gives us a language that we can use. And this cup analogy has two parts. First is the size of the cup, and this represents the resiliency of our nervous system. We know that a brain with a very active, very healthy prefrontal cortex, a healthy parasympathetic nervous system lower in our body to regulate our sympathetic fight or flight nervous system, it gives us resiliency, both physically to illness and mentally to stress. So a healthy nervous system is reflected in ability to handle stress. So the first part of the analogy is the size of the cup really represents the health of the nervous system. We were number 3 on the list for the unhealthiest professions out there. So this is part of this issue of being on this list, along with our healthcare education friends, is we are worn down. That's really what burnout, and I like to use the word helping fatigue and all, because I think there's so many factors that go into it, is that a lot of us were struggling. The second part of this analogy is the water in the cup. And this really represents cortisol or the stress that you're holding at any given time. So ideally, we do things on a regular basis that create and maintain a healthy nervous system. And then we have skills to really manage the level of our stress at any given time. I like to think about the level of stress and our capacity. The distance is our window of tolerance. In other words, if we've got room between our stress level and our capacity, we can bring our best self to work. We can also bring our best self into our personal life as well. Self-care isn't just about showing up healthy at work. It's about being the parent you want to be, the romantic partner, a spouse that you want to be, the family member that you want to be as well. So I like to think about, okay, what are the streams going into our cup? Because how do we manage all the stress? And again, personal life is here. COVID has been an interesting stressor from an intellectual perspective, obviously devastating and traumatic on so many levels. But in my lifetime, I'm trying to think about another stressor that just didn't stop when we left work, didn't stop when we went into work, was a 24/7 stressor. Whether it was the family, children we're trying to work with to keep them healthy, alive, fed during a pandemic, or is our family going to be okay? Am I going to be okay? We weren't able to escape this. The closest, if I've had some of these conversations with folks, maybe something like Katrina would be the only thing that's happened in my lifetime. And obviously that was specific basically to a geographic area, obviously a huge trauma for so many people. It didn't affect the whole world, so to speak. And 18 months of this. We'll talk about how that duration can have an outsized impact. Then, and if you ask me, hey, why are these folks dominating? It's not the amount of work we have, though I want to say we got a lot of work to get done. It's this idea, again, another stream of stress going into our cup of empathetic intensity. We know emotions are contagious. And I just want you to step back and think about the emotions that you're exposed to on a regular basis. And again, working with populations who have experienced high levels of trauma like you do, sense of unworthiness, hopelessness, anxiety, anger, depression, all these things are, I have a physician friend in San Francisco. She says, it's the fire we signed up to walk into, but sometimes that fire can burn us. And so empathetic intensity is the label that I use to say emotions are contagious. And if that empathetic intensity fills our cup up, there's some labels in the trauma literature that we've started to put on this phenomenon, because we know a lot of folks who work with populations experiencing trauma can actually meet the criterion for post-traumatic stress disorders. So over time, we've developed labels to speak to these conditions that if the negative emotions of our work overwhelm us, some real consequences here. Compassion fatigue is just going and facing trauma after hardship, anger, depression, day after day after day, and eventually that overwhelms our cup. Secondary trauma. Let me give you a definition of this, and I'm going to use my own experience, and I'll just, trigger warning here, talk a little bit about my own trauma as well. So I am a survivor of sexual abuse in my childhood. I know that that's why I'm here today. I just admit it. I am here today because not because the I was trauma was inflicted on me, but because when I was able to put my trauma into words and somebody reported it to Child Protective Services way back in the day, I got the help that I needed. I got the help. My family had the resources to get me into treatment. And I can remember the exact point. It was about 100, not 100, but 20 yards south of my high school locker. The one is I was in my own mental health treatment and I was kind of feeling good. The best way I can describe it is like the trauma put a whole bunch of weights on my shoulder. And it was just like every time I went to therapy, another weight got taken off. And I was starting to feel light. And it was the first time I was starting to kind of feel good that I could remember at that time in my high school, middle school time frame where I was really struggling with this. I was also in my first psychology class. And, I just remember walking down to my aisle after, or my locker after class. And I was like, you know what? There's no reason why I couldn't spend the rest of my life helping people feel like I feel right now. And again, that was really generic. I didn't know what a psychologist was, counselor was, therapist was. I didn't know any of that, but it's like, what better way to spend your life? So I came into this field because really I got the help that I needed to overcome and experience what we'll talk about in the trauma informed care workshop, post-traumatic growth. And so I entered the field working initially for the first about 6 months in juvenile justice before moving into the child welfare arena, residential care specifically. And pretty much everybody I worked with, in fact, I can't think of an exception, had experienced sexual abuse themselves. And I could stay fairly healthy working with other people who've gone through similar experiences to me. And this is where my first secondary traumatic experience occurred. I then, on my caseload, was someone who offended on their family member. And, I know you can't see this on a Zoom call. I'm 6'7", 215-ish. I'm a pretty big guy. Back then when this happened, I was a couple years removed from being a college athlete. So I just say that because the client that really re-traumatized me was probably about 5'3", maybe 120 pounds. So physically no danger. But when he started to talk about offending his family member, all of a sudden I froze. I now call this a dorsal vagal freeze response. Didn't have that language at the time. I froze. I was paralyzed. All of a sudden, this youth that I was working with in my mind re-traumatized me, and that youth became my abuser. And I didn't know what was wrong with me. We weren't talking about I was in grad school for psychology at the time. We weren't talking about secondary vicarious trauma, compassion fatigue. I just was left with a sense that something was wrong with me. So this is really a minefield, the work that we do of re-traumatization. So again, this labels that we can put on it can help really help us understand our experiences. The other piece here is vicarious trauma. And this happens when you walk through a traumatic experience with somebody. And I know a lot of you, this is part of the work you do every day, walking through the trauma of child abuse, of poverty, of homelessness, all these things that I know you deal with on a regular basis. So many of you do. So when we care about somebody and that person's hurting, and here's the thing, I also do a lot of training on motivational interviewing, which is how we help people make change. And in MI, we talk about this thing called the righting reflex. In other words, it's the natural human tendency when we see someone in pain, when we see a problem, to jump in and fix that problem. But MI and pretty much any other successful best practice out there challenges us, no, we can't. It's their journey. We can be a partner, we can be supportive, we can offer resources, but we really have to suppress that natural instinct to just jump right in, take control and fix it and stay in that partnership role. My friends, that is incredibly difficult and psychologically intensive to do. It's sometimes, and I still find myself, leave the abusive partner, stop using drugs, parent in a different way. Stop throwing chairs at your teacher in school. I worked with a lot of teenagers. Stop smoking weed in the bathroom, right? It's just like all this thing I want to yell, but I know if I do, MI tells us this, I actually slow the process down. So we put, in other words, we're in a psychological vulnerable place. And when we use secondary trauma, vicarious trauma, we are talking about traumatic events that traumatize us, put us in that survival state. In other words, with the cup analogy, it's like dumping our cup into a bucket of stress. We're overwhelmed. We go into survival mode as well. The other concept that I really love is getting attention. I was talking about this in a little bit different way before the pandemic, but boy, now I'm doing workshops on this concept of moral distress and moral injury. So one of the things that if you want to fill my cup up, quicker than anything else, put me in a situation where I have to feel like I have to fight a system to get a youth what they need, or to get a family the resources they need. If I think, and I've been part of some really interesting organizations, especially early on in my career, if I thought my leadership was doing things to harm the clients that I cared about, that caused what I love this terminology of moral injury. And I have to fight against this. And there's been points in my career where this injury moral distress is what I feel when I have to fight. And when that really starts to disrupt my mental health, that's that term moral injury that we use. And for me in the helping professions, because I care so deeply about the family, the youth that I worked with all throughout my career, if I've got to fight these systems to, and a lot of times just get people, I think their basic human rights met, that can create a traumatic reaction as well. And so moral injury is the result of moral distress overwhelming our cup. Then we just have all the other work stress. we have the administrative work. I'm old enough, we used to call it paperwork because you actually had paper at the time. I know that's not the case anymore, but then there's just a whole lot of other work that we got to manage as well. So when we look at these folks that are dominating these categories for burnout, we have a high emotional piece of this. Think about lawyers and police officers as well, 6 and 7 on that list. These are the most emotionally intense jobs out there. We are often in under-resourced systems where we feel we have to fight, so it puts us vulnerability of that. And then there's just a lot of work. I've always felt like, boy, if there were 2 of me, maybe I could get all the work done, both providing the support I want to do, but also at the same time, really helping to get all the administrative stuff, my reports, all this, the plans I had to do, all that stuff, the notes as well. So let's talk about how full is your cup. We know that there's things that take little, some stress is a little drop of cortisol in our system. Some's like turning on the fire hose. So the first is duration. Now I'm going to save that here for a second, but we know the longer a stressor persists, the more it kind of gets sticky in our cup, right? That if I have to deal with the same thing that frustrates me every day, I think this back in, maybe some of you are back in the Denver traffic here in the metro area, right? If you just have to commute every day, right? And you wake up on a typical, it's like, I just can't do another 45-minute commute in this traffic. That duration can overcome us. So we're going to look at a label that I think really represents what a lot of us have been through. But let's think about importance and uncertainty. This is our jobs, my friend. Again, one of the reasons I think we're so high on that list. Importance, you care deeply about your work. You all save lives in our communities, right? You say, no, it's not as simple to measure as, someone comes in the emergency room, we give them CPR, they were dead, now they're alive, right? Unfortunately, our quality data is a little bit more complex than that, but connecting people with resources, creating safety for youth, for families, all this is life savings, and we know deep down how important that work is. And then because we care so deeply, that puts us in a vulnerable position for this uncertainty. I don't talk a lot. The introduction was great and I appreciate it. I don't talk usually a lot in my introductions that I do on myself about those letters behind my name. As I like to say, just kind of at this point in my life, just represents all the student loan debt I've accrued. But I had 4 years of undergrad, 5 years of graduate school. The only self-care strategy I got along the way was leave work at work and home at home. And I just want to give voice to, that's not a horrible thing to think about. Like, I really try to, if I'm in a commuting stage, like when I leave work, I really try to have a stop sign, a stoplight, where I give myself up to that to process the day. Then I flip on music and I turn up some, like I usually have a good playlist, turn that up, and I'm trying to disconnect. But where this failed me, maybe day 2 of my career, was I had a client talk about committing suicide. I had a family where I had to make that call to Child Protective Services because I discovered abuse and I didn't know what was going on. I was in kind of that call and just pray that the child was going to be safe. People in intimate partner violence, domestic violence situations. Nobody told me that, hey, this kid might get hurt tonight. Just leave that at that stop sign. Turn on that playlist, leave that at work. That's nearly impossible to do. So again, this is why another reason why we struggle so much is because there's this level of uncertainty and people's wellness, their lives are on the line with this. And even if we do everything we can do, it doesn't always ensure people's safety. So again, this is if you were to create a job description that would just burn people out, give me somebody who cares deeply about the work and the people they serve, and then throw a lot of trauma on top of that. And again, it puts us in this very vulnerable position. Now, I usually don't put these on my self-care slides because I like to talk about vicarious secondary trauma, those pieces with this, but I just want to put out how I define trauma in my trauma-informed care trainings, because I want to shift to the last 18 months and specifically what we've been through during this pandemic. And so these are when I talk about delivering care and kind of understanding the trauma that our clients, the folks we serve, might experience. These are the definitions I use for that. So traumatic event, again, they're a little nerdy here, but with trauma, you got to get a little nerdy. Events that involve intense stress, because trauma is just kind of the most intense stress we can experience, that overwhelms our nervous system's ability to cope. So we think about there's just too much stress for my cup. It's overflowing my cup, which then results in existence dominated by trauma for a period of time. In other words, when my cup overflows, I drop into my sympathetic nervous system, usually first, the flight, fight response, and then might drop down to my dorsal vagal and the freeze response. And so it's dominated. Now, sometimes that domination might just be a few weeks. I had one of my best friends lost a family member just here recently, and it was traumatic for her. It still is traumatic for her, but a friend group rallied around her, family rallied together. If you're one of my good friends and you go through a trauma, of course, I'm suggesting a little EMDR and trauma treatment as part of it. She went back to work within about a week, and she may have only been like 70% that next week, but probably nobody could tell. Next week, maybe an 85%. And you meet her now, she's still sad when she thinks about her brother, but at the same time, she's back to almost the functioning level she was just a few weeks earlier when she experienced the traumatic event. Unfortunately, we'll talk about compound complex trauma in the workshop, that a lot of the folks that we work with had never got out of that trauma. So think about yourself for a second. I want you to reflect on yourself. Does this represent what you've been through? I know with the amount of people on this call, some of us have lost folks during the last 18 months. I know I've lost 2 family members, ironically, neither because of COVID, but I couldn't go mourn with my family. I couldn't be there in a way because a Zoom funeral, my mom needed a hug, and, I had to do it virtually, which just was really tough. So a lot of us have been through this. I know with the numbers here, I know myself as well, having COVID myself. I had it back in March of last year when we didn't know what the heck this was. I just know I felt the worst I've ever felt in my life. So that's been a part of it, but I want to look at this next, because we also know that living in a high stress environment with the shadow of the threat of traumatic events occurring at any time. And for me, this is what we've been through, both at work and in our personal lives. I needed this term, and the science gave it to me, which was really nice because I do a lot of work in homelessness as well, and I can find somebody waking up in a shelter on a typical Wednesday morning, and it's sort of their normal life, especially they've experienced chronic homelessness and been living on the street for 10 years. There is not a traumatic event that happens in the course of their day. But we've got plenty of research for people that live in war zones, people who live in homelessness, people that grow up in abusive or disorganized home environments, poverty. These sort of things create similar traumatic reactions in our system. So I just want you to think about yourself. Have you been through this, living in this high stress environment in the shadow of trauma at any given time? It's okay, right? I think we need to recognize this. And again, what we want to do then is shift into that recovery planning. Now, here I'm going to give you a warning. I hope you downloaded that self-care plan. If not, please do, because I want you to take away something from this talk very concrete and things you can start doing today. So I like to use this very simple model of things, what I like to call the stages of helping fatigue. Now, what the goal is to not be in these stages, is to be healthy, motivated, and engaged. But again, if we look at the data, number 3 on that for burnout. So many of us throughout the course of a typical cycle of a year will find ourselves in these stages. And after COVID, at least some of the informal Zoom polls that I've done, what I'm finding is only about 10% of people that attend my self-care trainings across the country in many different professions are identifying themselves right now as healthy. So the message I want you to take fat is you're not alone if you're struggling with this, including your self-care speaker. I've been dancing in these stages as I've struggled as well. So I want you to get, it should be one of the first things on your self-care plan, looking at your triggers. So again, you can fill these out as I talk about this, because the first stage here is exhaustion. Now, to me, exhaustion is the most important stage because it's just we're carrying around too much stress in our cup. And if we can catch ourselves, hopefully we can get ourselves out of exhaustion and don't progress through these stages. So I always like to get people thinking about your triggers. So when I talk about triggers, what am I talking about? The first one is physical triggers. Now, a little bit nerd out with you a little bit. That sympathetic nervous system, the fight or flight nervous system. Yeah, when we experience trauma, we'll go into flight or fight response, but also just when we're carrying around more stress. So after maybe a bad day where, yeah, we weren't really in danger, but it just like stress, calls, voicemails, bad meetings, just little things that kind of fill us up during the day. What we know the more stress we're holding in our cup, the more active our sympathetic system becomes. So if we start to carry around too much stress for a period of time, and I find it takes a bad week to get me in exhaustion, the sympathetic is more active, and the sympathetic system is highly connected to trigger points throughout our body. Now, why is it that do this? Because if it has to activate fight or flight, it's good that we move very quickly. But if we're just carrying around too much stress in our cup, these points in our neck, our shoulders, our back can just get really tight. I know for me, my physical trigger when I'm in exhaustion, my shoulder starts to get really tense, and it's one of those tense. And then I'm starting to walk around like this, and I'm already. I told you I was 6'7", so I'm already a lurchy guy. And then this look does not very attractive, so to speak. And then I go in for a massage, and I really want to tell them, hey, I want one of those relaxing massages, but my shoulder's like this. So I was like, I need the deep tissue. And so the real strong masseuse comes out and starts hammering their shoulder or their elbow into my shoulder, and I'm just like crying. So I try to avoid that as much as possible. But that's my physical trigger. Also, what I see too is I get more headaches. I call them my 2:30 headaches. I don't know why 2:30 is when they happen, but that's when they happen for me. So I get these stress headaches almost on a daily basis. So again, we'll see our body will often be the most obvious trigger that we're carrying around too much stress. Psychological triggers. Now, this is where I like to think is that we're a little bit more and or a little bit more depressed and or a little bit more anxious. Now, I just say a little. So if you're not struggling with a pre-existing struggle with anxiety or depression, we're not talking about a diagnosable level of this, but with depression, just might not have the energy that I normally have. I might not have like the motivation to just do my best today, every minute of every day. And that's hard to do regardless. But, I just might not have that energy. I might just feel down. And I like to say and or anxiety because, I often find with myself, at least, that lack of energy. I'm also like pissed off about work a little bit more. I think about the really smart thing I could have said in the meeting to get back at my coworker. And I'm just so mad at myself I didn't say that. The other psychological trigger where I see my anxiety hit is when I try to go to sleep at night. And like the day just washes over me and I can't forget that email or that meeting. I'm just kind of ruminating over this stuff. And so that's the other thing for me is sleep. Early on in this stage, I have trouble getting to sleep. If I'm starting to push stage 2, what I see is that I'm waking up at 2 or 3 and I can't get back to sleep. And guess the first thought in my head is work. I work for this one organization where I was getting up at 2:33 each night because we were going through a stressful time. And I was like, well, I might as well do work because that's a functional way to think. Like I said, not always been the best role model for this stuff. And I was I was a program director at the time. I was on email. Also, our executive director and chief financial officer were also on. We all worked for like 6 hours before the day started. Not healthy. So psychological triggers. How does your mind? So physical, how does your body? Psychological, how does your mind? And then the third is your social behaviors. I see this too. For me, I self-isolate more. I don't want to go and hang out with friends, even though I teach that as a self-care strategy. I just kind of want to curl up and watch some Netflix on television. And that's not always a bad thing to do, but I just don't want to hang out with my friends. And I'm just fortunate enough to have great friends in my life. I think what happens to me is I've heard people's problems all day. God forbid if my friend has a problem, right? I just can't do it anymore. And I know if, things get too stressful on Netflix, I can just turn it off. So also if you've got children at home, spouse or partner at home, a roommate, they maybe give you, do you have as much patience? Children are great with this, right? Do you have as much patience for your children, for your spouse, those sort of things as well. If you're in trusting relationships, give people the permission to let you know when your behavior socially gets in this place. So the key thing here is, what are your triggers? Write those down, make them concrete. Last thing I see this, I just want to give sort of a yellow flashing light here, is I think a lot of us during this time, and I was honest about this even several years ago before the pandemic, is, sometimes after a hard day, I can really use a drink. I don't know about like the area of Colorado you're from, but I live right here on Tennyson Art District, this area. Pretty much every restaurant has this thing called a happy hour, right? Think about that, right? Hey, you have a hard day at work. We're going to give you cheap drugs, right? To feel better. And boy, after a couple margaritas, you feel better. Now, not really a good coping skill on so many different levels, but what we want to do, be careful of in this stage, that drugs and alcohol don't become our primary coping skill. Not a guy that's against having a beer with dinner, a glass of wine on a Friday. Just, it can't become our number one coping skill. And boy, drugs and alcohol, really great short-term way to feel a little bit better. Again, but consequences, medium, long-term, not helpful. So for me, this is the most important piece. So if you're kind of like zoning out right now, come back to me for a second, because when we start to talk about self-care strategies, I want to position this in these stages of helping fatigue, is that one part of your self-care plan, think about proactive self-care strategies. So when you're in the healthy stage, when you're out of these stages of the negative stages of this model, what do you do every day to bring your best self to work? And this is how we got to think, right? This is how we got to think. We have to be all hands on deck. Is we have the third, or maybe you're in one of those other categories, but we are dominating the categories in the helping and healing professions for the highest level of burnout. So when you're healthy, what are you going to do every day to keep yourself there? I like to challenge people. Think of yourself as a musician, an athlete, someone who prepares for their performance. That's how seriously we need to take self-care. Then when we hit exhaustion, what is our pre-established plan to get out of exhaustion? Because I think as long as we're on these top lists for burnout, and we make everyone, depending on what variables they use to measure it, really the best we can really think is we want to maintain ourselves in healthy, motivated, engaged as much as possible, but recognizing we will be in and out of exhaustion. I know probably for me, once a month I hit it. So then if I catch it early enough, what is my plan to get back out? And again, we're gonna shift here in a second to really talk about some strategies to put on your self-care plan. The thing that's so important with exhaustion, as when we go down these stages, we're carrying the symptoms of the previous stages with us and they just get worse, but our quality of care starts to suffer. The people we serve do not get the best cognitive part of ourselves, because when we're carrying around cortisol, we're more an amygdala sympathetic. They don't get the best social self. It's harder to provide empathy. The emotional labor part of our job, which can be so exhausting. And we're going to be sick more, so our quality drops as well. And we'll see there's also a lot of real consequences for ourselves as well. So the next stage here is guilt, shame, and doubt. So let's think about this from a real concrete perspective. I would imagine everybody would agree with me. You need to bring your best to work every day. Your work is so intense, so demanding that if you're not 100%, it's not enough in most situations. Now, so you need to be up here. So when you start to experience exhaustion, what happens to us is we know we need to be here, but we're only here. So very quickly, my friends, we're at great risk from going to exhaustion to this second stage of shame, guilt, and doubt, where we start to just feel helpless, especially if we're in this stage for a while. Who am I to really make any impact on all these issues I'm facing? I'm a huge advocate for trauma-informed care, trauma-informed schools, trauma-informed communities. I really, with my work in homelessness, we need to end homelessness. We can do it. We know how to do it. We just have to have enough people find the will to do it within our community. I'll give you a way to answer: build enough affordable housing. On a good day, when I'm in healthy, motivated, engaged, that gets my butt out of bed. That gets me excited to do my work. When I'm starting to hit this stage, I start to just think about, who am I to have any real meaningful impact on all of this? And I kind of lose that motivation. Here's where this stage gets dangerous: is what happens when we don't have the energy to give 100%, we're not getting as much done. And so we get this sense of there's never enough time, resources. So because we're starting to feel shame and guilt about that, we'll create this hypervigilant state where we'll work harder, longer, we'll not disconnect, we'll take hours of work home with us. But what we know, even though we're working, we think we're working harder, but we're working a lot more hours, our quality just starts to crash. And this has been proven in study after study. So really what we need to be careful here, this can be a downward spiral. We feel more guilt, more shame, we work longer hours, but what we're doing, our quality starts crashing, our efficiency starts crashing, we'll work more and more hours, and it's just this dangerous downward cycle. Now, here's where it gets dangerous, because in this stage, as we're in this stage for a while, just think about it, shame, guilt, and doubt. That's like the opposite of pleasure, enjoyment. So we start to lose the good things about the work that we do. And when we're in this stage for a while, we start losing not just joy of work, but joy in life as well. And so at this point, exhaustion, shame, guilt, and doubt, these are emotional states, or short term for the most part, especially if we get a recovery plan in place to get out of them. But they're emotional reactions or emotional states to what's going on in our work environment. Once we hit cynicism and callousness, this state really hardens into a state, or excuse me, this state hardens into a trait, and this becomes more of who we are as people. So, cynicism and callousness, if you've ever been around one of these folks, this is tough. This idea that I like to call them a scratch and sniff sticker of anger, passive aggressive. I like to say your heart becomes a concrete monument to who you once were, because I've never met someone who has gone into our field who doesn't give me goosebumps. At least maybe it's their second career, maybe they're right out of college and they're younger, but you hear somebody maybe interviewing for their first jobs in the helping professions, goosebumps, right? They're living their dream to help their community. Sometimes now that I'm old and I've been in Denver for 20 years, I meet these people a decade or two later and I'm like, boy, where did that go? And so the tricky thing about cynicism and callousness is we burn a lot of bridges as well. I probably at this point trained well over 10,000 people on self-care. And I've had 3 people over the years say I was in this stage and was able to keep my job and recover. And what they're speaking to is that we become the coworker nobody wants to be around. Usually our clients start not liking working with us. We have blown up in enough meetings where it's just hard to stay in the same job. That's how desperate this stage can get. All 3 of these people, and I'm not just saying there were 3 in my trainings, but 3 that really shared their stories. All of them had to take months of time away from work. 2 took family leave. One just had, accrued years of vacation time, and all had to go to mental health therapy as well. Now, I give them a lot of respect because they also had to come back to work and build those bridges up with their coworkers again. So again, we want to catch this early so we don't take this later in. The final stage here is crisis. And I'm very scared when I'm on these Zoom polls and how many people are identifying that they're in crisis. This is where those social triggers might, and I've had people say this, my marriage fell apart because of work stress. Also heard, again, I've done a lot of these trainings over the years. I struggle with an addiction because of work stress. I have a cancer because of work stress. I'm not the parent I want to be because of work stress. And we know through the research that there's a whole lot of dangers if we don't take care of ourselves. Let's just say heart disease, stroke, diabetes, cancer. When we're carrying around that cortisol, it becomes toxic. There's also things like cytokines and other things that really wreck our immune system and the functioning of our nervous system. We become pretty much a terrible employee. We get more grievances filed against us, turnover, those sort of things. And also our mental health. I mentioned a lot of us could get a diagnosis for PTSD, memory loss, cognitive decline, early onset Alzheimer's, and a range of mental health issues as well. So my takeaway now as we flip the switch here into self-care strategies, this should not be the price you pay for having dedicated your life to serving people in your community. It shouldn't be the price you pay for you, but also for the people that you serve, because they're not getting the best of you as well. So now let's flip the switch. And here's where I hope if you got that self-care strategy in front of you, you can start to fill in. Proactive strategies again. What can you do on a daily, weekly, maybe monthly basis to keep yourself healthy? Again, that's the ideal, right? We want to maximize time in the healthy, motivated, and engaged state. But let's be realistic, my friends. A lot of us are in those stages right now. And I say us with that. So I really want you to pay a focus on what do you do? What do you need to do in the next month, the next 3 months, the next 6 months to really recover? And I think we've got to be almost in an emergency status. how do we recover? If I got some managers listening to me, how do you support your staff in these recovery plans? I do a lot of leadership trainings as well. I'm really encouraging management and leadership. You need to have a recovery plan for the wellness of your staff. This needs to be all hands on deck, again, because we've gone through this unprecedented time. So let me try to put some stuff on that self-care plan, some best practices that I've seen. Now, I'm a mental health guy, and so I'm going to talk about a lot of research I've seen, but I'm also going to own I didn't do a great job with this stuff as a mental health therapist. But what I've learned through just reading a lot of books on individual performance, wellness, resiliency, that if we don't pay attention to the basics, our ceiling for performance, our mental health is going to suffer dramatically. If I were to go back, I haven't done therapy for many years, but if I go back and do direct therapeutic services, this would be where I started. Because as a mental health professional, if you weren't sleeping well, if you weren't getting some movement or exercise in, if you weren't eating well, uh, I could help you a little bit, but I would be restricted in how far I could help you do. So with self-care, we've got to focus on the basics. If you don't do these, everything else is going to really suffer. So I'm going to go through these pretty quick because of time, but sleep. If there's one thing you do between now and tomorrow to bring your best self to work tomorrow, get at least 8 hours of sleep. Now, you might see, I'm not saying 7 to 8 hours of sleep. More and more what you're seeing in the sleep research now, the seven's gone. Really, the seven is gone. Unless you genetically, there's like 5-10% of folks that may wake up totally refreshed after 6 hours of sleep. The rest of us may struggle to remember the last time we woke up totally refreshed. But really, it's almost 8 to 9 hours of sleep now. I was on a really comprehensive sleep monitoring program, and it tells you how much sleep you need a night. And this is not time in bed, this is actual sleep. My average was about 8.5 hours. And so when we work in these high level professions, 6 hours isn't enough. 7 hours usually isn't enough for most of us. So what does sleep do for us? Very simply, it does a lot of things. It really resets all of our systems. It's like if you have your cell phone and you haven't restarted it for a while and programs aren't like popping up, things aren't working like they're supposed to. You do a quick reset and then everything starts to work good again. That's what sleep does for us, especially in high stress occupations. It really resets our mind, resets our body so we can bring our best self to work. If you skip on sleep, you're already starting out in a quality deficit. Also, exercise and movement. When we, as human beings, we are designed to move when stressed because evolutionarily, stress was something was trying to eat us, right? Or we needed to move or we would starve to death. So we are designed when stressed to move. Now, this sedentary lifestyle we have is really putting us at a high risk here. So now I say exercise and movement for a reason. One is that if you're somebody who exercises, I just want to support this, continue this. There's some great research about the cognitive emotional benefits of exercising 5 times a week, working up a sweat. But if you're not there, don't worry about it. Go for a walk. Go for a walk. There's a great research coming out right now about the power of walking. And I do this a lot. This is actually my primary exercise is going on long walks. Now I try to work up like a sweat a couple times a week as well. But I just try to walk several miles a day. This morning, I got up a little early, got a good night's sleep. I went for a 2-mile walk. Dogs love it. Get out in nature because nature can be refreshing for us as well. But the key thing I want you to think about is we are going to fill our cup up during the day. Movement exercise replaces that cortisol with endorphins, our natural opiates. So it's a great way to manage stress. And again, we see people that exercise on a regular basis actually have bigger prefrontal cortex, healthier brains, healthier nervous systems. The next one is nutrition. And I'm not going to lecture you. We're in Colorado. We probably, most of you know what we should and shouldn't eat. But I want to get a little nerdy with you and get really strategic about this. there's this idea right now of inflammatory and anti-inflammatory foods. So one of the reasons we see all these health issues, these mental health issues associated with holding too much stress in our cup, is because the cytokines and cortisol that's released when we're stressed really wrecks our immune system. It creates inflammation in the gut, which leads to something you don't want called leaky gut syndrome, because it means the crap, and I'm using crap as crap, leaks out into your body. That's not good. But what we see from the mental health perspective is that leaky gut is often connected to inflammation of the brain as well. And that has been connected to depression, anxiety disorders, and a range of mental illnesses. So you've got some of the most stressful jobs in our society. You go into work, hopefully with a little bit of stress in your cup. Most days you're going to leave with a little more stress in your cup. Now, if you eat foods that increase that inflammation response, you're actually exacerbating the impact of the stress. But the cool thing, my friends, is we can eat these anti-inflammatory foods that actually minimize the impact of that stress. So we can actually use our diet as a way to manage negative effects of stress. So on the anti-inflammatory foods, these aren't good for you. You live in Colorado. These aren't good for you. Unfortunately, our friend alcohol makes another appearance on this list. Also, alcohol is not good for sleep as well. Really devastates the quality of sleep. Anti-inflammatories, the things we know we should eat for the most part. Probiotics, if you've not heard of those, I'm a big kombucha fan, but also really good sauerkraut and pickles can be on this list. Wild like blueberries, good fish. A lot of these health experts love olive oil. So it's one of those things that I got excited that I could actually put on the list. Like, I got to give up my IPAs and my processed food, but at least I can go for a bath in olive oil. And they really encourage you to, some of these folks do a liter a week, which, I don't quite do that much because I can't afford it. But, hey, I love feeling good about putting olive oil on stuff. So again, what we want to do is strategically, how we eat is going to either increase that stress response or lower it and minimize it. Just want to say one thing because I know my audience. Having worked in this field, I'm a lot of times, and I've worked in like child welfare residential, but working basically with populations, youth and families experiencing poverty, one of the things we've got to start to address is that a lot of times people living in poverty can't afford healthy meals. Now, usually we just thought, oh, that's not good for them for physical health, but mental health is so key as well. So those are the physical basics. You got to focus on those. Now let's go to how do we build resiliency from the mental health perspective. So I've got an easy piece of homework for you here. This is probably going to be the simplest, is think about your why. What is your why? And this is your big why. Why are you doing this work? What is it about your values, about you as a person that brought you into this work? Because I guarantee you, you're not going to get rich. You're not going to get famous doing this work. The press only cares about us when we really screw up. What is your why? Because we know people that think about their why. Angela Duckworth has done a great job with this, with her concept of grit, is perform better at work. They're more resilient in the face of stress. So we'll talk about the perseverance part of this grit equation, but you're going to be more successful. And if you're more successful, the folks you serve get a better services, get the best of you. Also, people that are fortunate enough like us to live our passion each day, if we manage our stress and trauma, live happier, longer lives. So if we do a good job managing stress, there's other benefits to this as well. So my homework for you is somewhere in your routine before you go into work, have a sticky note, maybe originally, or something in your routine to remind you to think about, ask yourself the question, why am I going to work today? Reflect on that. It sounds like a little thing, but there's a lot of great evidence out there that people that stay centered in their values are much more resilient in the face of stress. Then there's mindfulness, and mindfulness is everywhere. So I'm going to kind of do a quick reinforcement of probably things you've already heard. I really want to encourage you for your mental health, but also your physical health. One of the best ways we can build the resilient parts of our brain, our prefrontal cortex that helps regulate our amygdala, our ventral vagal nerve that helps regulate our sympathetic. If I can nerd out with you for a second, mindfulness is the answer for most of us. Some people really struggle with this, but trying to find the right practice is key. So when I think about mindfulness now, I think about a mindfulness practice. And what I'm doing in my practice is building mindfulness as a skill. Let me talk about that for a second. Now, we're in the NBA playoffs. I was hoping the Nuggets were still playing, but I'm going to use, I was a basketball player all throughout college. And I think about my daily mindfulness practice, and I practice about 20 minutes a day as practicing free throws when I was a basketball player. Now, let's think about this comparison. The most boring part of basketball, in my opinion, is, unless it's in like the last 2 minutes, free throws. They're just boring. And the most boring thing about practicing basketball and being a basketball player is practicing free throws. But so if you're not familiar with basketball, it's just a wide open shot after you get fouled, and you shoot millions of them if you're a basketball player. But why do we practice free throws? Why did I shoot millions of free throws in my youth? It's because when the game was on the line, I got fouled. I had built those skills to perform well under pressure. So now my mindfulness practice, and I'll be honest with you, I don't get overjoyed that I've got to do mindfulness for 20 minutes. Now, while I was like, oh, I got so many other things I could be doing, after I finish my practice, I'm always glad that I do it. But what I'm also doing with that 20 minutes of dedicated time each day is that I'm building the parts of my nervous system that are going to promote resiliency under stress. People that practice mindfulness, bigger prefrontal cortex, the thinking, problem solving, a more regulated amygdala, sympathetic activation. It's a great way to manage stress. The other thing I find, I can catch myself getting stressed out. And because I've been breathing and practicing focusing on my breath, a deep breath helps me to manage that stress response. So what is a mindfulness practice? There's a bunch out there. Yoga, Tai Chi, if you're focusing on your pose, your movement. If you're not doing anything, I suggest starting out maybe with 5 minutes. One of the ones I like is loving kindness meditation. It's really well researched. Kabat-Zinn, some of you may have heard of. You can find free ones on Spotify, YouTube. They're really great for people in our profession because I think it brings out our compassion. And again, a lot of great research behind it. They have actually studied us with mindfulness, and pretty much everything you need to do to promote outcomes, building the relationship, bringing our best social, emotional, cognitive self to the work, promoted by mindfulness. Also, we see our physical health improves, our immune system functioning improves, cognitive functioning, and our relationships as well. So if you're not doing anything with mindfulness, the great thing is you can Google mindfulness and get 10 billion results. Again, I want to give you loving kindness meditation as a place to start, but also yoga, Tai Chi, other movement things can be really good as well. The next thing for our mental health is therapy. And to me, when I read those definitions of traumatic event, when I read the definitions of chronic trauma, if you could identify yourself in those, please, please, please get your own mental health support. We in this conference cannot stigmatize mental health, right? We fight that every day. We've got to do that for ourselves. So look at therapy as a way to gain resiliency, way to gain wisdom in your work. So when to go, I think if you find yourself in those stages, go now. I would hope everybody on this call has access to at least 6 free sessions until you make up another reason why you need more through your employee assistance program. Think of those as free massages. Go get a checkup just to process what has gone on in the last 18 months. So many of us need this now. Put it on your list because we could all benefit from at least a few sessions just to talk through what the last 18 months has been like us, both at work and in our personal lives. Now, as hopefully we recover from this, I want to give you two more markers to help alert you when therapy can be really useful. So, if things are happening in your personal life that are impacting your work, it's just a great sign that mental health can help you address those things in your personal life. But we talked about vicarious secondary trauma, compassion fatigue. If there's things in your, and this will happen to us, I shared one of my because I've had a few other secondary traumatic experiences. When that happens, it's also a great time where we could get mental health support as well. I think I'm here today. Again, I don't have a control map that can prove otherwise, because when I had that secondary traumatic experience, I was in therapy at the time. And I was able to go talk through it with my therapist. And, I thought I was crazy. And I'll never forget his words. It's like, no, you're not crazy. You're just a compassionate human being that is very vulnerable in this profession. And it just, one, it normalized it for me, but it gave me a set of things to work on. So again, therapy, therapy, therapy. Final piece, and then I want to end with some work strategies, your social network. Jim Rohn has a great statement here. You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Now, again, we expose ourselves to a lot of negative emotions throughout a typical workday. So the challenge is in your personal life, really, we know people are healthier mentally, physically, emotionally, and actually perform better at work when they hang around healthy and happy people that bring joy into your life. If you're privileged enough to have friends who just bring laughter and joy into your life, one of the healthiest things you can do is spend as much time with them as possible. So let's wrap up here with things. How do we manage work? And I want to think about this from a recovery perspective. So, first, just a little piece of research here. We've got to take breaks throughout our day. I don't say take breaks throughout your day because I just want you to spend less time working. But what we know is your brain can only work, your nervous system can only work for 90 to 120 minutes at optimal capacity. After that, your quality drops off a cliff without taking a 5, 10, 15-minute break. So what we do is we refresh. I think about like going back when I went to a gym, you're doing curls. What you do a set of curls, you put them down, you rest, go get a drink of water, you come back. Now you can do another really good set. If we're working all the way through, and research study shows us that people that don't take breaks, even though they're working more technically, get a lot less done and their quality is worse as well. Here's one I do want to talk about in a little bit more detail is the disconnecting. Now, I want to think about this because my number one strategy when I hit exhaustion, trying to schedule a 3-day weekend. That's that. If I catch it early enough that my shoulder's going up or my sleep quality starts to drop. I also track some biometrics that tell me I'm getting burned out. I'm in that exhaustion stage. Scheduling a 3-day weekend, just scheduling it seems to get me out and back. I know I got 3-day weekend coming up in 3 weeks. Just that excitement, hey, it's good. And then I get that time away, that extra day away from work. I'm back in that healthy, engaged status. But we've got to disconnect. And this is going to be so important right now after going through what we did to. So the first disconnection is evenings and weekends. Let's think about the cup analogy, right? Hopefully you go into work, we always have a little stress in our cup. But because, again, we have the most stressful jobs, our cup fills up throughout the day. Now, hopefully it doesn't overflow, but we leave with more stress than we come in for. Then when we leave work, and again, this is where we want to try to leave work at work as much as possible, we go into what I like to call a recovery state. What's happening? Matrix is my favorite movie, and they plug that thing in the back of your head. That's like work stress. We unplug from work stress. Hopefully we enact some of our self-care strategies, like we go for a long walk, go to the gym, eat a healthy meal, maybe do some mindfulness, get 8 hours of sleep, think about our why, hang out with some friends. We go back to work ready to rock and roll the next day. However, what's happening to most of us? We've got this beautiful, evil device in our pocket called the phone, right? And so I can check work emails anytime, day or night, anywhere in the world, pretty much at this point. I haven't tried it from Antarctica yet, haven't been there, but I'm pretty sure I can find a Wi-Fi connection to check my work. So what happens when we're constantly checking our work emails is, okay, so ideally, right, recovery is I'm not adding any more work stress to my cup, and I'm enacting self-care strategies to get some of that junk out of my cup. But then let's say after dinner, I check my email. What happens? One, I stop the recovery process. And most emails will add a little bit of stress to our cup because they're telling us to do something. They may even piss us off, right? So they're adding work. We don't give ourselves time to recover. Now, some of us have to be on call from time to time. That's part of the job, right? So hopefully, maybe that's 1 week a month at most. The other time, we have to spend a lot of attention to disconnecting. I don't disconnect because I want to. Some evenings I do have to work. I try to minimize that. I do it very few because I get a lot of work done at work. But what I really then try to do is disconnect because I want to give my best the next day. And again, remember that hypervigilance can pull us in being connected 24/7. So evening, weekends, the next thing is vacations. And this is going to be a primary tool to get us to health and wellness because we've been through too much, my friends. So I really challenge you. I probably got some PTO hogs like I was for many of my career. Really look at your next 6 months, look at your next 12 months, and really try to get some vacation on the book. It's going to be for a lot of us a part of that recovery process. A few more things. I'm going to go through this slide pretty quickly. Stop multitasking. We're terrible at it. Our brain is designed to focus on one thing. And when we focus on one thing and shut out all other distractions, it's amazing. I like to call this hyper efficiency. It's amazing what you can do done. When my phone's buzzing, when I got that email notification popping up and I'm jumping from thing to thing to thing, it can drop our productivity by 90%. So when we're multitasking, we're only getting about 6 minutes of quality work done every hour. That's how bad this is. So when possible, try to get that one focus. The other thing I want to put on your plan is professional development. The other part of grit that Angela Duckworth found that people that really thrive at their job, they have this perseverance. And I like to really quantify this in this idea of the 20-mile march. This comes from the race to be the first human beings to the South Pole. And there were two groups that were trying to win this race, Amiston and Scott. Scott just marched how the weather allowed him to march. Amiston, on the other hand, said, every day we're going to march 20 miles. Got up every day. Blizzard out, we're going to march 20 miles. Beautiful out, we're going to march 20 miles. Just to give away the ending, Amiston got there and back everybody alive. Scott, yeah, you can Google it if you're really interested. But I like to really operationalize this in what do you do every day to get a little bit better? What do you do every day to build yourself as a professional? And this might just be, I don't want to burn you out with professional development, but hey, can you listen to a podcast on your way into work? Can you listen to an audiobook with your team? And maybe as you walk your dogs in the morning, listen to that audiobook where you're always learning. What are you doing a little bit each and every day to get better? Why is this on a self-care training? One is that if you're working on being a better, building a skill set, you're going to be better at your job. But here's why it's in my self-care training is if I'm just focused on surviving the day, a bad day becomes all encompassing. It just becomes overwhelming. If this is part of a larger journey to be a better professional, to build a new skill set, there's usually things in a bad day that I can learn from, that I can otherwise see that is part of my journey. So I love this idea of a 20-mile march. What can you do each and every day to just get a little bit better? Don't burn yourself out. If it's 20 minutes on your morning commute or walking your dog, 20 minutes over the course of a year turns into a ton of hours. So again, don't estimate even small times. My final slide here that I really want to reinforce is number one. Hopefully I've done a good job of saying, if you don't take care of yourself, there's a lot of consequences waiting for you. Two, you've got to take care of yourself because the people you serve need you at your best. Number three is you've got to be that teammate. I'm going to have a bad day. Do you have capacity to support me? If you have a bad day, I better have a little capacity in my cup to support you. We have all worked with that burned out person, that person that's traumatized by this work. It brings and there's research to prove this, it brings everybody's quality down. So do it for you. Do it for those you serve and do it for your teammates as well. Our support of each other is going to be one of our biggest senses of resiliency. So I wanted to leave you here with my email address. You can find out more about my work, including like 160 hours of the Trauma Informed Lens podcast at connectingparadigms.org. I'm also giving away, I didn't expect to write a book last year, but as an in-person trainer where I do most of my work, you can imagine what my COVID spring sort of looked like. So had a little bit of free time. I'm really interested in how we can actually measure this through simple and maybe more importantly, very inexpensive biometrics. So I'm sort of nerding out of this about the future of trauma-informed care. With my last few seconds that I have with you, I just want to thank you as a community member, as someone who has been in this field, has been in Denver for a long, long time. I know how important you are to the family, the youth, and our community. So it's taken a lot of resiliency, my friends, to survive this. And so I want to just thank you as a community member for all the work you do for those that I care so much about. Please, now we need to shift. It's not selfish. We're doing this for the people we serve. We have got to shift into focusing on ourselves, recovering, so you can continue to give the amazing services that you do each and every day. And with that, I want to thank you so much for your time. If you're interested in trauma-informed care, I'll be back in an hour, 2 hours or so. But I also want to thank the conference organizers for giving me this time to share my passion with you. Thank you all so very much.
Incredible job, Matt. What a deep message, share, and informative session. Loved your message on recovery and how important self-care is, especially now. Sometimes difficult conversations and our trauma can trigger deep wounds, and we encourage everyone to take care of yourselves and seek the resources and or someone to connect with if you need to talk or need that help. We are not alone. Thank you for joining us today and being a part of our first virtual conference. I will now introduce Entertainment Committee member Patricia Carrion for this morning's Entertainment Door Prize drawing.
Hello, child support professionals and partners. Great to see everyone. It's time for a fabulous door prize, a gift of $25 gift card. A huge thank you to SMI for sponsoring this year's door prizes. Be sure to visit their sponsor page and check them out. Door prize winners, watch your email for follow-up instructions as you will be contacted by our CFSC treasurer, Jerry, to choose a gift card option and have it emailed to you after conference. Drum roll. Congratulations, Brett Lebsack. Please drop your name and county in the chat, and that will be communicated to you. Thank you, everyone, for joining.
Thank you, Patricia, the man behind the spinning wheel, Renee, and SMI for this morning's door prize drawing and fun. Now we're going to take a quick break to grab your lunch, visit our sponsors, make a donation to our charity this year, check out the gamification challenge and leadership boards and see where you rank. Enter your challenge questions, answers, or codes to collect them points, or just stretch. Everyone will be meeting back in the main stage here at 11:38 for our CFSC awards and our annual business meeting after break.
Hello, folks. Give everybody one more minute and then we'll get started. I love directions. Hello, everyone, and welcome to your second day conference, and hope everybody's had a good time and enjoying all the sessions you've gone to. And thank you for joining us for the CFSC Awards. At this time, I would like to introduce your president-elect, Jonathan Harris. Is he here? Alyssa, have you heard from Jonathan? Okay, looks like we're missing a little person here. We're gonna go ahead and give him just a couple more minutes and we'll go ahead and get started. And then when he jumps in, we can let him join. Alyssa, you wanna go ahead and get started with the 4D Administrator Award?
Hi there, everyone. Sorry about that. Let's go ahead and celebrate some amazing individuals serving within our child support program. My name is Elisa Schaefer. Again, I'm from Denver County, this year's CFSC president, and I'm going to begin with our Outstanding 4D Administrator Award. This award exhibits exceptional enhancement of the child support services program. This award shows how this 4D administrator has contributed to a local enhancement of the program and how they handle responsibilities above and beyond in their duties. This administrator is not merely a child support worker. A valued friend and colleague, this individual has given so much to their fellow workers, community, and family. So much so that this administrator met the qualifications for 7 out of 8 awards being offered today. Quickly identifying the talent and stay power of this individual, when they first started, nothing can be said other than this individual is awesome. Working in a county that must do everything from issuing EBT cards to answering the front office phones, achieving many things in their 20 plus years of service, this will be their final year in child support. Meeting all of their goals year after year, this person brought many awards and acknowledgments to their county, including at least 2 small county lump sum awards in 2015 and in 2017. Being helpful to other counties, that is just the kind of person this person is. Over the years, accepting many conflict cases from other surrounding counties and always remaining professional in handling of any case they had, including these. During their time as a legal technician, only great things were shared about this person, helping to train innumerable people, including people from other counties, and when training, not a stone was left unturned. This person has so much job knowledge. Customers or clients and coworkers know and trust this person. A level-headed, smart, and experienced 40 administrator that does not take shortcuts, knows the rules and follows them, always offering their expertise to the state office and to other counties, knowing when to hold them and knowing when to fold them, as Kenny Rogers would say, truly going above and beyond with everyone in all that they do, as well as respected by judges, state office, fellow coworkers, and their staff. Let me be the first in congratulating our outstanding 40 Administrator Award recipient for the 2021 year, Joyce Brown of Yuma County. Yay, great job, Joyce. And now to present our next award, I'd like to introduce Kathy Dell from Adams County.
Sorry, Kathy is having technical difficulty, but I do see Jonathan on. Jonathan, you want to start? I could have sworn I saw Jonathan on there. There you are. You're on mute. Jonathan, you're on mute.
There we go. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, the the Zoom link kept changing my screen. So can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So, sorry about the technical difficulties. So, I've been given the unique honor of presenting our current president, Elisa Schaefer, with our gift for the year. And so I wanted to just say a couple of quick words about Elisa as we do that, and just how appreciative we are of her as a board. So Elisa and I joined the CFSC board at the same time. So we had the unique experience of being like the new person in the room together. And so I've always felt very close to her, just in that we had that same experience of trying to, kind of get our ideas in there and be heard in an already established and very proud board. So Elisa, will always appreciate you for taking that journey with me. And then on top of that, Elisa is the first person that is willing to help out in a professional setting as well as a personal setting. And she's always there to lend a sympathetic ear, a good suggestion, and then has a work ethic like I've never seen before. Elisa will absolutely follow through every single task that she is given and take it to the absolute extreme of how well it can be done. So I wanted to just say that through your work ethic and your organization, you've really led this board to new eras and new places that we never really thought we could be, and the monumental task of taking on a digital CFSC conference for the first time in board history. I think that is already to be very much commended. So Elisa, thank you so much for your service to the board. Your contributions will never be forgotten, and we look forward to any further contributions you make as a past president. So thank you for your service.
Thanks, John. What wonderful words from such an incredible and tenacious person and board. This has been such an unusual couple of conference years, to say the least. To transition from in-person planning to canceling a conference entirely, pivoting to a virtual conference planning, and then building and learning from scratch how to complete a virtual conference platform, all while transitioning from the workplace to home in a worldwide pandemic. I think that says it all. However, it has been a change and adjustment for all of us. But you never gave up and you never stopped trying. So thank you, board, for challenging me and trusting me along our journey together. You are an incredible group of individuals, and I am both proud and honored to be serving alongside each of you and through all of this. Thanks, everyone.
Hi. Everybody, sorry, we're just seems to be having some little difficulties this morning. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I'm gonna go ahead and do, oh, okay, Kathy's here. Kathy, I'm gonna let you take over.
Thanks, Lupe. Sorry, everybody. I am here to present the Lifetime Achievement Award, which is this award is for a child support worker who has had a long-term impact in child support program. This award recognizes the nominee who sorry, we keep getting echoes. So this award recognizes the nominee who has served 15 years or more in the program. This person has 30 years of contributions at the federal, state, and county level. He has been the project manager and 40 administrator for El Paso, Teller, and Douglas counties for the last 10 years and has overseen tremendous success in those programs. For instance, El Paso's county performance is in current support collected has increased substantially so that they now consistently exceed the state goal. He has been the chair of the Colorado Child Support Commission since 2017, leading the commission to propose and successfully see passage of several pieces of legislation which have improved the Colorado Child Support Program. He is also focused on increasing the parent voice on the commission. He consistently treats parents and guests with respect and an open mind, even when some come to the commission ready to vent about their own negative experience with the child support program. He has been honored by Eastern Regional Interstate Child Support Association with the Felix Infasco Award in 2010, by with the Distinguished Service Award by the Federal Administration for Children and Families for Governmental Performance, and Results Act with the Secretary's Citation and the Commissioner's Distinguished Service Award for the Federal Office of Child Support. He's partnered with a colleague to write The Insider's Guide to Child Support, How the System Works in 2017. The point of the book was to provide a resource for parents that need information on navigating the system. And the award goes to Jeff Ball, El Paso, Teller, and Douglas County. What a wonderful way to end a wonderful career. As Larry said yesterday, Jeff will be retiring this summer. And now I would like to send it over to Gina Tyler to present the Excellence in Service Award. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. The Excellence in Service Award recognizes the frontline child support worker or receptionist front desk worker who goes above and beyond usual job duties. Here are some of the nominations that we received. This year's recipient started with Arapahoe County Child Support in June of 2018. The recipient is always wearing a smile and has an infectious personality. This individual is the team's legal subject matter expert who helps new staff navigate court data and complicated legal processes. No matter how much is on this individual's plate already, we can always count on quality work with the impeccable attention to detail and thorough investigative skills. This person handles our specialized foster care caseload, which means difficult conversation with clients involved in dependency and neglect matters happen often. These conversations are navigated with empathy, and clients are provided supportive wraparound services. In addition to this person still manages to exceed current support collection goals, maintains strong relationships with our County 4D attorneys, which promotes collaboration and helps us practice our 2-gen business model. This personage maintains strong relationships with the contacts at the courthouse, attends court weekly so that clients have a caseworker to contact immediately when questions or issues arise during a child support related hearing. This not only improves efficiency, but also improves the client experience and helps us address barriers to payments immediately. Lastly, this recipient loves connecting with clients and using legal knowledge to support them in this way. For all the reasons above, this person deserves to be honored with the Excellence in Service Award this year. This year's Excellence in Service Award goes to Madeline Dorer from Arapahoe County. Congratulations, Madeline. Please now let me introduce Donna Gibbs, who will present the Family Impact Award.
Hello, everybody. My sinuses are getting to me. This award recognizes a child support professional that has helped the family address barriers, including homelessness, food insecurity, addictions, mental health issues, and or other barriers that I think I'm unmuted. Am I wrong? I'm sorry. So sorry. I'll start this again. See if we can't overcome this little barrier of mine. This award recognizes a child support professional that has helped a family address barriers including homelessness, food insecurity, addictions, mental health issues, and or other barriers that prevent them from making child support payments or family receiving the payment. This individual was notified of several payments that had been on hold for several months. After researching the case, it was determined that the child was removed from her home in a DNA action and was placed with a relative. After she was notified by the social worker that the relative did not want the funds, she contacted the relative directly and convinced him that money would benefit the child. Several weeks later, a case was established and the funds were dispersed to the relative. Her actions showed how impacting a family in a positive way should look like. I am honored to present this award to Smith of Denver County. And now I will present Tracy Rumans.
Thank you, Donna.
Yes,
Here.
you're welcome.
I'm here to present the Excalibur Award. This award recognizes a legislator, judicial member, citizen, or organization exhibiting exceptional enhancement of the child support services program in support of the frontline worker. This year's award goes to Representative Meg Froelich. Representative Froelich was instrumental in the passage of House Bill 21-1220, the recommendations of the Colorado Child Support Commission. Representative Froelich was first a member of the commission, filling the role as the House of Representatives member, during which time she demonstrated a real commitment to understanding the child support program and its impact on Colorado families. Due to COVID, our proposed legislation was delayed for a year, and Representative Froelich continued her commitment to see the legislation through by sponsoring the bill this year, even after her time on the commission had ended. From the nomination, many thanks to Representative Meg Froelich for sponsoring House Bill 21-1220, our current child support recommendations. Her work supports frontline workers daily. And not only does her work at the Capitol help child support efforts, but she is also sponsoring many legislative items that help and protect our clients in other areas of their lives. Her sponsorships and co-sponsorships at the legislature, both in the past and today, have a lasting positive impact on Coloradans. Congratulations, Representative Froelich. Next, I'd like to introduce Elise Topless from the State Office to introduce the Meritorious Service Award.
Thank you. I'm excited to present this award. The Meritorious Award. This award recognizes a customer service representative, lead worker, accounting, bookkeeping staff, or any other child support services employee. The award this year goes to Jerry Fritz from Otero County. Jerry is a person who is deeply committed to the promotion of staff, training, program integrity, and parent advocacy. Jerry is someone who does not wait for things to come to her. She actively seeks information out, which has resulted in obligors being located quicker and orders being established and enforced sooner than her peers. The people within her caseload have respect for her and they're confident that she is knowledgeable in her program area. Jerry has a tremendous working relationship with her fellow staff, management, and outside agencies. She works diligently with other units, specifically the Colorado Works and Child Protection units, to ensure that the processes and in-house procedures are followed to ensure nothing gets overlooked. Jerry is self-motivated and takes on tasks that ensure the continued growth of the department as a whole. She's an extremely valuable member of the child support team, and we are excited to have worked with her alongside on the Colorado Family Support Council. Congratulations, Jerry, well deserved. I'd like to introduce Kathy Dale, again from Adams County, to present the next award.
Hello. So I am presenting the Outstanding 4D Attorney Award. This award goes to the 4D attorney that exceeds in what is expected and how this nominee impacts with child support services staff, custodial and non-custodial parents. Fantastic in the office attorney who splits her time between child support and child welfare. She is super knowledgeable, but is not too proud to look at volume 6. Helps work to add electronic processes to facilitate filing documents to the court. Works with clients during hearings to get testimony and provide information about the hearing, as well as processes outside of her specific tasks. She is committed to providing the best orders possible for our clients. This award goes to Kate Powers with Boulder County. Congratulations, Kate. And now I'd like to take it over to Patricia to present Outstanding Supervisor Manager.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Patricia. I am from Larimer County, and I am presenting the award for the Outstanding Manager Supervisor. This award recognizes a leader who exhibits exceptional leadership, providing help when needed, and goes above and beyond to assure that the team has the tools to manage their daily duties. This manager has spent 20 plus years of hard work and dedication to child support. She has spent much time supporting child support throughout the county, various counties, and additional states. She has supported the community as well in providing additional support, resources, and needs during difficult times. Congratulations to Carol from Arapahoe County. Your hard work has been recognized and appreciated. And now to present our next award, Lupe Abeda.
Hi, everyone. Again, I like to do the lump sum awards. Is given to a technician from small, medium, and large county that negotiates lump sums that are not due with IRS, FINM, or any enforcement remedies, but works hard on how to obtain the monies for the families. For the small county lump sum award, NCP volunteered to make the payment. So to close the case, Tech made sure with the NCP and other states to ensure the payment was made and received so that the case can close and NCP can receive its passport. NCP paid the lump sum of $25,000 and the The small county lump sum award goes to Evelyn Sanchez of Summit County. Congratulations. For the medium county, NCP reached out to learn the balance owed, Tech informing what he owed and how to remit the payment. The amount paid off the arrears and the case closed. NCP paid the lump sum of $32,756.81. The medium county lump sum award goes to Godwill Mangay from Douglas County, and I hope I said your name right. Congratulations. The large county lump sum, the NCP was needing to know the balance as he was wanting his passport. Calculation was done, sent to NCP, continued to make his monthly support obligation. The NCP paid the lump sum of $54,661.42, which paid the judgment in full, and NCP was able to receive his passport. Large county lump sum award goes to Matthew Ranker from Jefferson County. Congratulations. And I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to be doing the outstanding county awards. This award goes to small, medium, and large counties who meet their goals and also exceed in other areas. And we total the scores and determine who has the highest percentage. So the outstanding small county award goes to Hinsdale. Congratulations, Hinsdale County. The outstanding medium county award goes to Fremont. Congratulations. The outstanding large county award goes to Weld County. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of you. Job well done. And at this time, I'd like to say a huge thank you to Donna Gibbs for all the years of service with the CFSC board and all the help you provided for the awards committee. Wish you the best on your new adventure, your retirement. Congratulations, Donna. Next, I would like to introduce Elisa, your president, who has had her challenge this year, putting on this conference and stuck with it and always had a great attitude. Thank you, Elisa, for all the hard work you put to assure this conference went on. Here's your president, Elisa.
Thank you, Lupe. And awards committee and Casey, such a wonderful awards presentation. Not as simple as you would think presenting on a virtual platform with so many of us speaking, but you all did an amazing and great job. Congratulations again to all of this year's CFSC award winners, and thank you to those who took the time to nominate for this year's awards. One of the most rewarding times throughout conference is hearing about all the amazing work, service, and commitment happening throughout child support. Now, let's get down to some business. I'm going to share my screen and pull up this exciting ballot we have here. Before we begin, I did want to let everyone know that a complete list of this year's officer, member at large, and proposed bylaw changes has been added in this session or this session's documents section for today's meeting. If you would like to review and follow along, you could download the annual business meeting document as needed. If not, it's there for you to reference whenever you want to go during break or anything like that. All right, our 2021 annual business meeting. I'm going to go ahead at this time and call this meeting to order. The time is 12:05. Starting out here, I have no old business. So I'm going to go ahead and move into our new business with the annual business meeting welcome and introduction and turn it over to John.
Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, everybody. Thank you and for sticking around for our annual business meeting. Now, this is your opportunity if you would like to join the CFSC board, or if you would like to have any, if you wanted to give us any feedback on our proposed ballot, on our proposed bylaw changes. So yeah, Alyssa has provided the ballot within the document, so it's a pretty simple process. There should be options for either writing in new nominations, as well as you do have to provide us with an email address. And then there is the language from the bylaw change as well. So yeah, if anybody has any questions or concerns or comments, please throw those up in the chat right now. Otherwise, we will go ahead and get started. Elisa, what do you think?
Perfect. Let's turn it over to Kelly and have Kelly read out our proposed bylaw change.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kelly Keene. I'm your attorney representative. Every year we seem to have some tweaks we sometimes need to make to our bylaws. We're pretty good at following our bylaws for every rule that we follow and how we handle everything in this on this board. So this year we did have a suggested change to make things a little bit easier. And I think that COVID brought out some of these issues. So we are changing our old language from directors or past directors who have declared their intent to serve on the board who subsequently missed 3 consecutive board meetings in the course of their term or have to leave the field of family support shall be removed automatically from the board unless reinstated by a majority vote of the board in attendance at the meeting at which such removal is being considered. So our old language had this automatic removal, and we've learned this year and over the years that sometimes that just seems a little bit too harsh. So we've had some suggested change to the new language, which states directors or past presidents who have declared their intent to serve on the board who subsequently miss 3 consecutive board meetings in the course of their term or who leave the field of family support may be removed by a majority vote from the board. They can be reinstated by a majority vote of the board in attendance at a subsequent meeting after reviewing a request for reinstatement. So that's the old language and the new language, and we're hoping everyone will consider that and take a vote on it. And that's it for me. And moving on to the next topic. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Kelly. At this time, as required by our bylaws, we are going to go ahead and open our floor for member or officer and member at large nominations. We will go ahead and give everyone about a minute or so. If you would go ahead, if you have any of those, please in our chat, go ahead and drop in our officer or member at large position you're nominating for, the nominee's name, their county, and a contact information of email or phone so that we know how to reach them. So again, we're going to take just a minute or so and allow you guys to do that so that we can capture those nominations and update our ballot. If you want, go ahead and take a stretch, move your feet. Like I said, we do need to allow for this time so we can perform on our side and get everything that's needed from you guys to update our ballot. We'll be coming right back. I'll close the floor here in just a minute. We'll get right back into business, and then hopefully we can let you guys go for another quick break, and then we'll be jumping into those afternoon sessions. All right, I'm seeing some chatter there. So again, just a few more seconds, and then we'll come back. I'll go ahead and close that floor. Let's do a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, at this time, everyone, I'm going to go ahead and close that floor for nominations. Again, we just want to remind you that results will be posted and announced for this year's officers and election results on our CFSC website and through an ACES mail once our ballot votes have been reviewed and verified by our non-board members. I will be just a quick reminder, once this meeting ends, we'll be go ahead and update the ballot. Keep an eye on the announcements so you can get the link. Go in, make your vote count. Now moving on, other new business, we have none. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open the floor for and I would accept a motion to adjourn. Oh, it looks like we do have a few nominations coming in, so I am noting those. I'll make sure to get those nominations on that ballot. Board members, there we go. I have Casey Jones on the floor motioning that we do adjourn. Can I get a second there? Perfect.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead,
I was
John.
just going to say, I was going to go
Yeah.
ahead and second the motion, Elisa.
Oh, perfect. Well, I have a second by Kathy Dell and John. So I have a motion on the floor to adjourn by Casey, seconded by, it looks like Elise, Kathy, and John. So we have now adjourned our annual board meeting. Thank you, board and attendees, for joining us for this year's annual business meeting. Make sure to vote for next year's officers and bylaw changes. Again, that voting ballot will link. That link will be sent here shortly through the announcements once floor nominations have been updated from today's meeting, and voting will close today at 4:30 p.m. So make your votes count. Now, we're all going to take another quick break, and then we're going to join into your first afternoon sessions. Thanks, everyone.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us for this year's CFSC virtual conference. We are glad to see everyone, and please note that this session will be recorded. Also on the main stage, all attendees' mics and cameras are muted. So without further ado, I would love to introduce our keynote speaker, early speaker from earlier today, Mr. Matt, and his session on trauma-informed care. Matt?
Awesome. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you haven't gotten too much of me so far. And I was alerted, since we're on the main stage, it makes Q&A a little bit difficult. So I'm going to be talking a lot at you, especially for the second time today, but hopefully it can give you a lot to chew on at the same time. I want to put out there my email address. Since questions and answers was going to be difficult to do, there's like a delay on the main stage, all kinds of fancy behind the scenes stuff, most of which I'm just impressed that I showed up on time in the right place, but they made it really easy for me. My email is there. Please do not hesitate to reach out to me. Just if you want to keep learning with this, I mentioned this, I really want to, since you attended this and have an interest in trauma-informed care, the Trauma-Informed Lens podcast, even though I stopped doing new episodes a few weeks ago, we've got like about 150 hours worth of material on that. You can really go back to the first episode. If you forgive me for sound quality, I'm not a professional producer, so it took me a little bit of while. I don't think it's too annoying, but there's great episodes there if you want to continue learning. You can also, again, find out about me at connectingparadigms.org as well. Before our journey, whenever I talk about trauma, this is the big trigger warning. We're talking about not only the worst things that happen to those that we serve, but also the worst things that have happened in our own life as well. During the keynote address, I shared that this training's about me and my history as well. And I know I would pretty much bet the house that I'm not the only one attending this training that has had trauma in my own childhood too. So it's just a big trigger warning. I know you deal with trauma pretty much probably every day of your week, but it's just a trigger warning that we're not only talking about things that happen to the folks that we serve, but also ourselves as well. I want to kind of give away the ending here. The really great news about this material is, even though we're going to go into trauma and fairly deep, even with the time that we have to really understand it, the whole goal, I like to think about trauma-informed care trainings as a roller coaster. We go down into the trauma to understand the results of the pain and suffering on behaviors, mental health, physical health, social health. But then the goal, just like a roller coaster, is to come out of that dip and say, what can we do with this information? And I hope to give you some really good starting points for that. So the good news is trauma is curable. We have so many amazing best practices in trauma treatment. Now, it is a challenge to make sure that those best practices are really available to everybody we serve. That's a challenge I'm seeing across folks I talk across the country. That seems like younger generations, especially if you get out of where I'm from, the Midwest, there's less of a stigma to mental health services. Thank God for all of us that have been working on that. Now what are we hitting? There's not enough mental health services to really show the need. California is hitting this problem. I'm talking to several people out there on the front lines of this. They're doing universal screenings in pediatrics, identifying huge numbers with what we'll call complex trauma. There's not enough services to engage those people. So the good news is, if we can connect people, trauma is curable. I always like to make this personal, because I imagine most people, especially coming out, as we just talked about in the keynote, the last 18 months, that is, you can look back at your own life. And it doesn't need to be a trauma, but if you've gone through a hard period of your own life, if you're like me, I can say I never want to go back there. When I think about my past trauma, hard times in my life that I've been through, I'd rather go through the rest of my life without ever going back to that level of pain and suffering. However, I'm stronger today for having gone through that. I was lucky enough to experience that amazing post-traumatic growth. So one of the things everybody on this training, our challenge is, how are we part of people's journey? Now, there may be other pieces. There may be other organizations. There may be, again, as we talked about, mental health support as part of that journey. But you play such a critical, crucial role in everybody's journey. And also, again, just acknowledging our current traumas that we are going through. We've come out of an unprecedented time. We're still in the middle of the fight for social justice, racial equality, all these things as well. So let's start to rock and roll. I want to start with you today with the slide that changed the course of my life and career. I, again, don't talk a ton about those initials behind my name, but being a therapist early on in my career, again, I started out for a year in juvenile justice before moving into child welfare and spending a lot of time in residential treatment programs, as well as transitional housing programs. Even with a lot of student loan debt, to call myself a therapist, I really didn't understand the why behind the behavioral struggles. Why? And I'm old enough, we didn't necessarily use pipelines to prison, poverty, those sort of things, but I saw it with the youth that I worked with, both in the juvenile justice, but in the child welfare that I was working. I saw it with the families I was working with. Is while everything in the world might say, hey, stop using drugs, leave the abusive partner, again, I use the example, stop smoking weed in school bathrooms, like all these things. I didn't really have the knowledge to say why they seem so stuck. And what pained me is I didn't really even, again, as in the role of the therapist, much less earlier in my career as counselor, case manager, youth treatment counselor, what they needed from me to help start to change the trajectory that they're in. And then in 2003, I was lucky enough to be working at Denver Children's Home. And I got exposed through my mentor, Dr. Jerry Yeager, to the adverse childhood experience study. And to be fully honest with you, I learned more about the youth, the families that I was serving in the first 30 minutes sitting with that study than I did in 3 years of graduate school. And so I want to use this to help structure our training together. But if you're not familiar with the adverse childhood experience study, and I know more and more people, 5 years ago, maybe a couple people have heard about it. Now it's more and more folks have heard about this, really got a lot of us involved in this trauma-informed care movement. And it was started in San Diego, California, and it was actually an obesity study that led to this research. And what they found is Kaiser Permanente in San Diego was running an obesity study, and folks were being very successful in the studies. But at a certain point, even though they were being successful, they dropped out. And if you're on this training, you don't want to lose your good outcomes, right? You don't want to lose the positive people. And unlike a lot of folks who in my services would drop out, and I had no idea where they went, these folks were all Kaiser patients. So they had their telephone numbers, addresses. So they reached out to folks in this study who dropped out. And what they heard over and over again was some form of, when I lost a certain amount of weight, people started to pay attention to me in a way that brought back memories of my past sexual abuse. And mostly medical professionals were like, what the bleep is going on here? Why would something that happened 20, 30, 40 years ago even have any influence whatsoever on obesity, diabetes, weight loss, etc.? And so what I just give these early folks, and there was some trauma work being done before the ACE study, but really this was what brought to the surface, because they partnered with the Centers for Disease Control and ran 17,000 Kaiser patients through what's called the Adverse Childhood Experience Survey. So they measured the prevalence of trauma within a community. And let's be honest about the community, 72% had some college education. These were Kaiser patients before healthcare expansion, Medicaid expansion came around. So middle, upper, college educated, primarily white, San Diego. What they found, 2/3 of folks in that study, just about 2/3 had at least one childhood trauma. And the prevalence, the ones with 4, 5, 6 was much higher than anybody at the time really expected. And it really broke down the doors of saying trauma happens everywhere. I always like to make this concrete. If you go to any school, the school in your community, a high school graduation, and you watch graduation, you can assume with a lot of confidence, because the ACE study only measured 10 things. There's a lot of things they did measure, that about 2 out of every 3 of those youth at the age of 18 walking across the stage to get that diploma has had some trauma in their life. Now, the folks not going across the stage because they didn't graduate or they dropped out of school, we'd see even a higher prevalence within that group. Now, again, with the Kaiser study, they didn't measure things like poverty, homelessness, racism, those big traumas. So again, 2/3, I see that for a lot of folks in a lot of schools and a lot of communities I worked with, especially those struggling with poverty, maybe gang violence, is a pretty actually low number. So I want to work our way up this pyramid and then talk about some areas of focus when we use the words trauma-informed care. So a traumatic event, I gave these, so I'm going to go through these pretty quickly. Now we're shifting the focus from ourselves to the folks that we are trying to serve. And again, I want to go a little deeper in this, but events that involving intense stress that overwhelms our nervous system's ability to cope, resulting in the existence dominated by trauma for a period of time. Now, trauma is a little tricky when we start to think about whether a stressful event becomes traumatic for someone, because it's a very individualized piece. You could have 4 people in the same car involved in a serious car wreck. One could be so traumatized, develop PTSD, never drive again. 2 might have some trouble maybe driving past that. Maybe they don't go on the interstate if that's where the accident happened for a little while. And 1 person's a little sore from the accidents, but pretty much mentally fine the next day. So it's a little bit tricky, but let's talk about that cup analogy that we talked about in the self-care training, right? The size of the cup is our capacity to hold stress without going into fight, flight, and freeze. And so what we know with a lot of people coming from very stressful, traumatic backgrounds, which I know the population you serve, a good percentage of them have come from that traumatic background, they don't have a nervous system that's developed the parts that promote resiliency to stress, not because there's something wrong with them, but because of things that have happened to them along the way. So we'll look at this in more detail, but in other words, what might not traumatize me, if somebody's coming from a history of trauma, may pretty easily traumatize that individual. Just somebody like me, there may be a more resilient person than me that it goes the same way. So individuals often that hit higher level of services, again, their nervous systems have been so impacted by trauma that they're just not able to hold stress without going into those survival modes. Also, we talked about chronic trauma in the keynote address. And again, just living under high stress environments. I need this concept, and the research provides it very, very concretely as well. I'm not just making it up because I need it. The research says, yes, we can with confidence call this trauma, homelessness, surviving poverty, racism, bigotry, all these things that are maybe not a big event, but living under this a high level of stress with the threat of traumatic events occurring. So even if it's, sometimes, I don't love the term microaggressions as a white male who's never been discriminated against, to say it's micro just doesn't sit really well with me. But that experience of constant being in racist systems, racist communities, again, there may not be an overt action, but just living under that. Same thing again, homelessness, poverty, that we see wears down that nervous system as well. Now, most folks you work with, and statistically, there's always the exception to the rule. I know spending most of my early career working with youth and families that are in the system, then moving to homelessness, HIV, substance abuse treatment, now public health and the other arenas that I'm in. I can tell you, at least early on in my career when I was working child welfare, juvenile justice, residential, This described all of the folks that I was working with and really all their families as well when we use the word complex compound trauma. Now, complex is what we use in the United States. I was talking to some folks over in England and they use the word more often compound trauma, which is, I actually prefer that because like I said, most of the folks that I've worked with in these systems, it's trauma after trauma after trauma after trauma, as we'll talk about, maybe really never having too many moments in their life where they've been able to escape this. So this is the combination of traumatic events and chronic trauma occurring over an extended period of time. And again, that really represents pretty much everybody I've worked with in my entire career. Again, statistically, someone might end up in a system like ours without complex trauma. Like I said, never made my caseload with that. So I also mentioned in the self-care training the idea of protective factors. And this, especially when we talk about childhood trauma, but this also we talked about with us as well, that if there's certain variables in place, what we know, especially with childhood trauma, is that if these are in place before the trauma happens, and in some ways they get some of these afterwards, that there's a pretty quick recovery process, and the individual is somewhat, again, it's all individualized, so it's no universal statement, but they're in many ways, per the research, unlikely to take the pain and suffering of trauma and the challenges that result into adult life. So what are some of these protective factors? Family and friends. There's been some great studies done. If you take two youth and both of them experienced similar trauma, but youth A is lucky enough, again, nothing, just lucky to have an uncle, a family member, someone at church, a coach, a teacher, recognize that the trauma happens and somehow communicates, I know it's tough right now, I'm not giving up on you. We're going to get through this together, right? In other words, you are not alone. And this was the thing I wish somebody told me when I was going through the stuff I went through. The rest of your life doesn't have to be this painful. Kid A's outcomes are actually really good. The struggle is kid B, who's gone through the same compound complex trauma, but nobody realizes it. Instead of getting the help they need at school, they're just maybe labeled the bad kid or the slow kid or problem child, whatever terrible labels we put on children sometimes. And just that they're a kid that makes bad decisions, that not that they're a young person who's experienced a lot of trauma, but they don't get that help and support they need. That's the person that in the research that is out there is at high risk of ending up in our homeless shelters, in our prison systems, in our substance abuse residential programs. So this support is so key. Community support as well. We see a lot of things that are very public, and in Colorado, we're probably all familiar, fire and floods, terrorist attacks, too many mass shooting, those sort of things. The thing about those traumas is the community a lot of times will rally around and support those impacted by the trauma. I used to live up in the mountains west of Boulder County. My wife teaches in Boulder Valley, and not sure if you looked at home prices in Boulder, but can't afford to live in town, that's for sure. And our community went through fires and floods within like 5 years living up there. And to be quite honest with you, with the demographics of that community, a lot of white, middle class, upper class folks became homeless, experienced episodic homelessness. What did we do as a community? We opened the libraries, the schools, opened kind of shelters in my small town. We had a database where if you had an extra bedroom, you could put it in. We had potlucks for people that got evacuated or lost their home. Boulder Valley is a little crazy with this stuff, but we had cat shelters and dog shelters. In other words, which I always wondered, is the cat shelter the best place to work, or is it the absolute worst job you could ever have? It's either amazingly cute or just absolutely terrible. But what happened is no pet went homeless during the fire and floods. We were airlifting horses at one point, and I love all that. But also you go down to a homeless shelter in the area, And even in this, one of the wealthiest community in the entire world, what happened? You know, we would get the folks in with kids first, then a line of single folks outside, get as many as we can. And pretty much every night of the year during this time in my incredibly wealthy community, we turn people away. So on one hand, you lose your home in a fire or flood. You know, we're going to make sure you're okay. We're going to make sure your cat is okay. On the other hand, we don't value folks experiencing a different kind of homelessness enough to give them a shelter bed. So again, community response is big. What's tragic, especially in my work in child welfare, juvenile justice, so many of the trauma that my clients, my youth experienced were inflicted behind closed doors, were inflicted in the home, or they were in communities that they just couldn't escape the violence, poverty that was in the community. So again, community support and then connection to treatment. I'm trying with all my ounce of energy to really get this in education, to hopefully have mental health capacity within education so we can identify youth at the youngest age possible that, hey, if we see behavioral issues, we see academic struggles, we need to be asking, is trauma playing a role in this? And then to ensure that we have best practices for not only the youth that are experiencing trauma, but how do we support the families? My book on trauma-sensitive early education, yes, I want to really ensure every young person who's experiencing pain and suffering gets the help they need. But it's also my homelessness prevention book. It's my HIV prevention book. It's my addiction prevention book. Because when I walk in the homeless shelters that I work with, I see a bunch of adults that were those kids that we didn't know needed help, that we just thought were making bad choices. So other things, life stability, you know, if you're sleeping in a car, if you're struggling bouncing couch to couch because there's just poverty, other things going on, makes it that difficult. And here's another key thing too, is age and past resiliency. We know as we develop that the parts of our brain, we'll talk about the prefrontal cortex here in a second, parts of our brain and nervous system that allow us to effectively manage stress start really rapidly development in the teen years. And so what traumatizes a 3-year-old might not traumatize a 13-year-old. Similarly, what traumatizes a 13-year-old might not traumatize a 23-year-old. Tricky thing, what traumatizes one 13-year-old might not traumatize somebody else going through the same experience. So it's always individualized, but hopefully giving you an idea a little bit of what some of these protective factors are. So the next stage is really the next step in the pyramid was really what opened my eyes, really taught me the why behind the behaviors. And so knowing, and I knew this before the ACE study, that I was working with a population, both the youth and the families that were working with, that came from histories of trauma. That was obvious to me even before the ACE study. What I didn't know, what the ACE study really challenged me to spend the 20 years since really researching and trying to understand, is this disruptive neurodevelopment, that there is a biological injury resulting from the traumatic experiences, the biological injury. And really, I like to even make this concrete, comparing it to other biological injuries. If you have, again, we're sort of in basketball playoffs now, but if somebody goes up and somebody out of nowhere just lands wrong, breaks their leg, everybody knows they break their leg, we're going to immediately change our expectations. We're going to not expect the person to jump up. Jamal Murray was a great example for you Nugget fans out there. We didn't expect Jamal Murray to get back in this season, even though we wanted him to get back in the game, to be in the playoffs. We knew he was having knee problems. And if he got in the game, he'd be, a liability. So we changed up. We know somebody blows out their knee, we're going to change our expectations. We're going to get that person treatment. Now, we can also expect that Jamal Murray better be back on the court next year unless things go really terribly wrong. But we're going to we have patience, we have empathy for those sort of biological injuries. But there's a similar biological injury with trauma. But so let's look at what this injury is, how it develops, and also social, emotional, cognitive impairments associated with it. Now, out of this social, emotional, cognitive impairment, we'll also see an increase in health risk behavior. Now, before I dive into neurobiology, I think this is important to put out there. One of the best studies that really drove this home for me, even though I knew the research, but being involved in a study really helps. And I've been working with HIV providers in Iowa for about 10 years now. Some great folks out there doing amazing work. And Iowa did a statewide survey of ACEs, and the Iowa HIV folks did their own survey of people living in HIV in Iowa. And so again, let me set this up for you is the folks in this study, again, they were measuring childhood trauma, but the folks in this study engaged in a behavior, whether it was injection drug use or sexual practices that led to an HIV diagnosis, sometimes 10 years, 20 plus years after they officially at 18 became an adult. So trauma may have happened a few decades ago for some of these folks, but what they saw was folks that ended up getting the HIV diagnosis had like 4 times the amount of sexual abuse of the regular population. We saw neglect, physical, emotional abuse, incarceration in the home, untreated mental illness, addiction in the home, intimate partner violence in the home. All these factors was substantially higher, 2 times or more higher in the population that ended up with the HIV diagnosis. So one of the things that the ACE challenges us is there is this biological injury that even sometimes decades later put people in a vulnerable spot to make decisions that lead to disease, disability, and social problems. So let's work our way up this pyramid here. And to do so, I really want to start out with the concept of how does this disruptive neurobiology develop? Because actually, if you look at it, a lot of times there is a functional reason why certain traits develop. And we can go to another science to help us explain this of epigenetics. Now, epigenetics, to give you a little background here, this involves your DNA. So we're going down to very, very, very small, and then we'll build that up into larger scales with the brain and nervous system. But back the last time I took a biology class, which was my sophomore year of high school, long time ago, what do I remember about DNA? I remember that Mendel did something with flowers, and I got some chromosomes from one parent, chromosomes from the other parent that came together. It's why I'm tall, blue-eyed, brown hair, got the skin the color of Elmer's glue, that sort of thing. And so that is what I always kind of thought about DNA. What we did learn back when I was a sophomore in high school was that was the DNA that you get from your parents is called chromosomal DNA. Guess what? Counts for about 3% of your overall DNA. What about the other 97%? Well, when I was a sophomore in high school, we called that junk DNA, which I don't think it even made the book. But as our science got better, we now call that non-coded DNA. And this stuff is absolutely fascinating. So I want you to think about the youth families you serve and the environment that they come from, because we always in psychology have this nature versus nurture argument. Epigenetics answers this question. So let's talk about how it answers this question. And I got to get into polymers and a whole bunch of other complexity here, which I will spare you of. So to really simplify this, there is a constant communication going on between environmental demands and this non-coded DNA. And I like to think about this, again, to simplify, is think about this DNA, non-coded DNA, as the fuse box for your house or apartment with all those on-off switches. And if the environment you're in requires a certain trait to survive or thrive in that environment, some of that non-coded DNA will turn on, some of it will turn off. Then it releases a protein called RNA, and out of a whole lot of complexity, will structure the brain and nervous system to support traits that will allow you to survive or thrive in those environmental demands. So let me give you an example of this, because I need to get concrete examples, and it always brings me back to a young man I worked with early on in my career. Actually, he was one of my first clients to ever make my caseload. The young man's, I'll use the name Ty as his name. And he early on in my career, I was working with youth coming out of basically a gang war. I was working in Indianapolis, Indiana at the time. And you might not, if you're not from Indiana like me, you might not think about Indiana and gang violence going hand in hand. You might think Indiana, there's a lot of basketball hoops, corn, and a racetrack in the middle. And you're about 90% of the way there for my home state. But during the 90s, what happened is, because there wasn't necessarily a well-structured gang environment in Indianapolis, Chicago gangs, specifically in the neighborhoods I worked with, Gangster Disciples and Vice Lord, basically moved down and tried to monopolize the crack industry in Indianapolis. And if you've ever worked in areas plagued by gang violence, one of the things we see is that when territories aren't well established, think the south side of Chicago, when there's not really well established territory, that's where we see a rise in violence and death. And because there weren't historic lines drawn within these neighborhoods, Indianapolis, our death rate, our murder rate was some of the highest in the country, along with Detroit, Baltimore, DC at the time were those key hubs. We were up there, Indianapolis was, and my youth were coming out of those neighborhoods. And so Ty, born, mom struggled with a crack addiction. Boyfriends were sometimes abusive to him, just grew up in a war zone, an area of our country, which if you haven't visited some of these, it's just so tragic, but that Ty pretty much every hour of the day would hear gunshots. He's one of those youth. There were other ones as well. Every time he walked to elementary school, he walked by a spot where one of his cousins got shot and killed. Just imagine that, right? Having to do that pretty much every day. And so he was raised in, when we use the word compound trauma, to me, that really describes his situation. So he walks in to my, at the time, early in my career, juvenile justice lockdown facility. And he walks in with like 3 pairs of Air Jordans. And now, if you're a millennial out there, I got to rewind a little bit to say why that impressed me. We didn't always pay, $150 for a pair of tennis shoes. I would argue about 92. I still think the best shoe ever. Air Force 3s came out. My parents were like appalled. They had to pay like $45 for a pair. Then Jordans came out, and that jumped by about $100. And youth in these communities were actually murdering each other to steal these shoes. That's what big. And this kid just walks in with 3 pairs of them. And I was making like $9.50 an hour at the time. And so I couldn't afford Jordans. So I was just like, wow. Always wore FUBU. He was the best dressed client I ever had. No wrinkles, shirt tucked in, just good looking kid, well dressed. But he had gotten in like 2 fights in his first like 3 days at the facility, and his 9 month sentence got extended to 11. And I was supposed to be his therapist. And, I'm from small town Indiana. And, I was really trying to do a crash course to learn about the reality of which the youth I was working with and their families were living, really trying to do a deep dive into their culture, their music, all this stuff, so I could connect in some ways. I found, hey, if I could talk about Master P at the time, that gave me a chance. Ty just always kind of rolled his eyes. I could almost hear in his head, he said, this white honky has no idea what he's talking about. And in his defense, I was trying my best. That's all I could say. So one day I just asked him, because I didn't have much therapy going on with Ty. I just asked him how much money he made. And he sat back for a second, and my BS radar was getting pretty good at the time. As you all know, it's good to have a BS radar in this work. And he said, a good month, I can make $10,000. And I had to stop and think about my career decisions. I was making $9.50 an hour at the time, roughly translates to about $19,000. And that is before taxes. If you never worked with individuals in gangs or selling drugs, they don't file federal state income tax on that. So this young man in like 1997 was making $10,000 a month tax-free. Not sure what your salary is, still kind of waiting for that level of income here many, many years later. And so I thought about this young man for a second, because you put him in my highly structured, like really, we told you what to do every minute of the day. And we weren't very kind about it. The juvenile justice system, I realized I wasn't a great fit, probably for residential juvenile justice centers very early on. But you know, what we saw was that he really struggled in those highly structured, he struggled in school environments where he had to sit still and sit quiet. You put him out in the middle of a war zone on those violent streets, he could turn that devastating situation into a financially lucrative one. Now, that's not the outcomes we want for any youth in our society, especially a country as wealthy and privileged as the United States, that is the outlet that these youth growing up in our country see, that selling drugs is their best choice. But he was incredibly successful. In other words, he developed traits to survive or thrive in his environment. Now you stick that in a school environment or a treatment center environment, those same traits become incredibly maladaptive. But then I had this Freaky Friday thought. If you, again, I'm just aging myself all over the place here. But if you remember Freaky Friday, I think they actually had a remake of it not too long ago. But what they, with Freaky Friday, like the dad and the son magically kind of change bodies. And I thought about, okay, you put Ty in the environment I'm helping to create and run, those traits become maladaptive. But what if you put my traits, my graduate school self on his street corner and say, Matt, for the rest of the day, you're selling crack cocaine. All of a sudden, the traits I developed to succeed academically, to start succeeding occupationally, they'd probably get me killed. I would have no idea how to survive a shift on the street corner selling crack. And so again, the environment, really what we see is that a lot of the youth we work with, a lot of even the families who were these youth growing up that may not have gotten the help they need, if we look at the traits that are leading to struggles in some environments, whether that's a foster home, whether that's school environment, those might actually be adaptive to their home life or their community life as well. So the good thing about epigenetics is we change these throughout our life, and we can always develop new traits. This is why I always said with my time in the child protective service, child welfare arena, is a great foster family is literally worth their weight in gold. They should be celebrated as national treasures, but because to create those environments and to have you spend enough time in those environments can really help them develop new traits and in many ways get rid of some of those old traits, but it does take time for that to happen. Just a note on this research, and I like to call this intergenerational resiliency, not intergenerational trauma, is that our epigenetic expression can be passed on from generation to generation as well. Now, this is going from mice studies into human studies, but what they're finding is that we as humans, and mice as well, we're really born ready to survive the trauma of our ancestors. And so what we see is that the eggs that formed me formed in my mother when my grandmother was 6 months pregnant with her. So for about 4 months, 3 generations share one biological environment. So we get our epigenetic expression from our grandmother and then our father as well. So it's the sperm and the egg that forms, when we're actually in our grandmother's womb as an egg that formed us, formed in our mother then. So we see we're born to survive the trauma. So throughout human history, we didn't expect every youth born, no matter where they were born, to go to Harvard, right? Usually you were a poor farmer of some sort or the other. You were raised one, you died one, the next generation after generation were serfs, other things, whatever, poor farmers there were. That was 99% of us. And so being ready to survive the trauma of our ancestors was actually a very functional thing. This can be a little bit of a setback for some of us, but if you think about somebody like Ty, and Ty was a Black youth, is his family. Don't know if you know the history of Indiana, but a lot of racism there from time to time in our history, and still is. I know we all struggle with that with our history here too in Colorado, but generations of his family had struggled with a variety of different things. So him being born with that that trauma of his ancestors, ready to survive that, was probably one of the reasons he was alive still. Now, the good news is that if we saw that hey, the Ty's mom struggling, let's give her the resources, the life stability, the substance abuse treatment, resources, job training, whatever it might be, so that Ty can be raised in a loving home. We know that epigenetic expression will change over time. It's not impossible, but it's rarely, if you change the environment, we can really change that epigenetic expression. So I get really excited about this, because if we can help one generation heal, we know that that actually has impact on future generations as well. So then we're jumping into the neurobiology. I promised y'all that we would get here. So when we look at the neurobiology, again, this to me changed my whole view, changed how I looked at my job. All of a sudden, as a therapist, I understood who I was trying to help. As a program director, I started to ask the question, okay, how do we construct a program now that we have this trauma lens? We know how folks are struggling. How do we adapt to meet their needs? Because before that, we wanted to have rewards, punishment. In other words, they better adapt to meet our program. That doesn't make any scientific sense anymore once you understand this. How do we create programs, interventions to meet them where they're at neurobiologically, and so we can help this heal? And so I want to spend a little time talking about the brain. So the brain is the most complex thing we ever found in the world, the universe, actually, a lot of people say. I'm going to try to cover it in about 15 minutes. So I'm going to take the 30,000 foot view. If you're a brain nerd like me, you will say, whoa, he's skipping over a lot of complexity there. Absolutely, yes. I'm going to try to give the 30,000 foot view to really show the injury resulting from trauma. So to start about the brain, we're sort of going to work our way up here. So I like to use a model of the brain of how we process stress. Again, trauma being an intense form of stress. So at the very core, if you would like, Matt, after all these hundreds of books you read on the brain, what is the brain designed to do more than anything else? The answer is very simple. It's to keep us alive. That is what the brain, more than anything else, is designed to do. And it really starts in the lower parts of the brain, the brainstem, spinal cord, cerebellum, thalamus, within the idea of neuroception. The brain is highly designed. Your brain does this. My brain does this. The person experiencing chronic homelessness, struggling with addiction, they all do this. Is we are always scanning our environment and really asking the question, am I safe or am I in danger? This is called neuroception. Am I safe or am I in danger? Now, if I see danger, so let's just say, not wishing this on you, but a tiger just walks into the room that you're in and looks hungry, right? Probably a non-hungry tiger would also be a trigger of danger. But all of a sudden there's a tiger walks in, right? You no longer care. Maybe I have you. Maybe I have you engaged at this point. Nope, you're not going to hear a word I say because danger just walked in. So what we do, thalamus, cerebellum sees danger, and you see the thalamus there. It's kind of the relay station of all this. Is it shuts down the B road, which we'll call the thinking road here, and activates the survival road. In other words, operating the prefrontal cortex thinking brain is highly, highly energy draining. So we want to slow, if not stop that, activate the amygdala, which then activates, and this is located in the central spine, the sympathetic nervous system. In other words, we're taking the energy from the thinking brain, putting it in the center of our spine, so we have all kinds of energy in our arms or legs for action. Historically, if a tiger was in the area and potentially ready to eat us, we didn't have to really think too much, right? We wanted to run away as quick as we could, hide, but there was an immediate sort of action there. So we activate the sympathetic system. We flood our body with adrenaline, cortisol. Again, this is trauma, right? This traumatic response when we think that our well-being is in danger. For most of us, we're going to run away first. Tiger walk, I don't know about you, but I don't really want to wrestle a hungry tiger. So if there's a way I can run, I've got all that energy stored ready going to my legs so I can run faster than I've ever run in my life. If I can't escape the danger, then I fight. So you hear flight, fight response. Normally humans will run away if we can. If we can't escape, then we fight back. So that's that sympathetic response. Now, there's a third response as well, the shutdown or freeze response. And this isn't in our sympathetic, it's actually more in the part of our nervous system that actually is located highly in our gut, called the dorsal branch of the vagus nerve. That will not be on the hypothetical test. But what that does is it slows our breathing, our heart rate, and puts us in an almost comatose state. You can think about a possum. If you ever grew up in an area with possums, right? That just like, they get scared and they just honk out and they look dead. And I went to school in a rural area, and it wasn't really a good survival strategy when cars came on. But anyway, won't tell you too many stories about that. But we drop down and then we freeze because predators don't like to eat things that are already dead. Or, hey, they think we're dead, so the tiger might drag me back to its den or whatever a tiger calls home and go get the family for dinner. Well, maybe I can jump up and run off there. So again, flight, fight, and freeze. Just a note about this sort of ladder we have of flight, fight, and freeze. A lot of folks who may have had a history of especially sexual or physical abuse in the home repeated over a period of time, the freeze response might become the primary response because they didn't have the physical strength to fight back. They didn't have the ability to run away, often got threatened. Hey, if you tell something horrible, even more horrible is going to happen. And so freeze can become the primary response. But most time we can think about flight, fight, freeze. Folks who have just grown up in extreme abusive trauma, though, that freeze response can become primary. So other piece here is hippocampus. Once we get away from the tiger, the hippocampus helps us come back into regulation after the stressful event or trauma pass. So gets us back into baseline, what's sometimes called the window of tolerance. So that's how, when we experience there's that traumatic threat in our environment, amygdala, sympathetic fight, flight, freeze response. Now, hopefully there's no tiger in the office or space that you're in. So hopefully you're processing the information that I'm saying through this high, long road. And we use this road to process information, including, this is important too, stress in our environment. So let's just talk about what your brain is doing right now. Then we'll talk about how stress can build up over time. So the information that I am giving you goes up into the cortex. And this is where I'm going to really oversimplify things due to time, is that the cortex holds a lot of our long-term memories. So what you do automatically is you're taking the information I'm giving you and you're comparing it to what you already know about trauma. Maybe you've been to a trauma-informed care training in the past or read a book on trauma. So you compare that automatically. Probably not the first time you heard about the brain. So you've got your trauma folder out, your brain folder of memories out, and you compare this information that I'm giving you to what you already know. Then the next step on this high long road, this thinking road, is the prefrontal cortex. Now, this is what makes human beings great thinkers and can also get us in trouble at times. But prefrontal cortex, future thinking, problem solving, delaying gratification, that marshmallow test. If you've ever seen that, just looks like torturing children to me, but it's kind of makes hilarious YouTube videos with the marshmallow test and trying not to eat the marshmallow. Those sort of things. So this is what makes us great thinkers, why we put money away for retirement, those sort of things. So the next step, and just thinking about this, processing the information, the training, we're back at the amygdala, which is part of historically what's been called the limbic system, though we're moving away from that language a little bit. But you can think about this as the emotional centers of your brain. So again, you've got the memories, you've got the problem solving, future thinking, the emotions, and there's information going through this high long road at an incredibly rapid rate. So I'm slowing it down dramatically, but just in the span of this slide, you probably sent billions of information down that road. Final stop on the high long road is the hippocampus, which on this road is the memory centers of our brain. Now, I do want to talk about, because sometimes we'll get stressed out without there necessarily being a traumatic, potentially traumatic tiger in the room. So let's go back to that cup analogy, right? So cup analogy is, hey, we're processing, we're on our thinking road, but we're having a stressful day, you know, and the analogy that was more and more water in the cup. So I'm getting stressed out, I have to go to a stupid meeting. I got 35 new voicemail messages. Oh my God, my inbox has 1,000 emails in it. And it's just like piling up. Again, no tiger walking through the door. But what happens is we get more and more stressed. There's this interaction between our prefrontal cortex and our amygdala. So what happens is, hopefully, if you've got a big cup, we talked about that represents the health of the nervous system, you have a strong active prefrontal cortex. So when your amygdala starts to get triggered, there's more and more water in the cup, your prefrontal cortex realizes that you're getting stressed out, and then you enact coping skills to help regulate that amygdala. You take a deep breath, you go for a walk, you do some jumping jacks, whatever your coping skills are, your prefrontal cortex is strong enough to both realize your cup's filling up and then do some things to help regulate that stress response. So you don't do the thing you may really want to do. You don't say the thing you really might want to say, but you know might get you fired. So with this basic understanding of the brain, how does trauma, what is this biological injury that I mentioned earlier? Well, first and maybe most tragic, prefrontal cortex is actually physically smaller in size. Think about that right there, my friends, for a second. The part of the brain that is responsible, that you really need, if you're going to break it down and overly simplistic, the real part of your brain you rely on for success educationally, occupationally, physically smaller in size. But with so many of the youth I worked with, also their family members as well, that smaller prefrontal cortex, the other thing we see with trauma is that the amygdala is actually physically larger in size. So let's go back to the cup analogy. This means that our folks, and again, nothing's wrong with them, it's just the result of things inflicted on them, they have less of a capacity to hold stress. The younger they get, biologically and developmentally, that will even decrease the cup even further. So what happens with, you know, when I was around before I got this, anger control problems, boy, every youth I worked with seemed to have an anger problem, but not really. They had this biological injury where they didn't have the prefrontal cortex to catch themselves getting stressed out. And this was so key. They didn't have the skills built up to recognize when their stress was filling up, and then they didn't have the coping skills to self-regulate, which became a central part of my program design, is how do we help the youth really have some insight, label their emotional states, and build coping skills that they don't have. Obviously, hopefully trauma treatment and other interventions help to heal this nervous system. So again, what we see, prefrontal cortex actually smaller in size, amygdala larger in size as well. We also see this connection between the thalamus and the amygdala. We'll see a much more reliance on that neuroception of danger. So, and if we think about this, this is where we can also talk about re-traumatization, because we have to think deeper about what is a danger. I always like to tell the story. Well, I don't like to tell the story because it's very painful for me. But at one point in my career, I was running a school for the label we were using at the time was duly diagnosed developmentally disabled. There's one for you. But basically, our kids were too violent for the public school system. So Aurora, DPS, Jeffco, these huge systems, all the Adams numbers, you know, basically these young people blew out all the resources that these schools had to educate them. So that was our baseline students. So we were used to working with trauma, and I had this young lady, I'd met her just briefly at a meeting. I was sitting down at the time, that detail will make sense here in a second. And you know, we had a good interaction. She was like, I think 11-year-olds, 4 foot something, ponytails, before all the puberty and stuff kicked in. And so it was her first day at the new school. And if you've ever worked in special education, but this is important with folks just with trauma as well, transitions can be very difficult. Breaking routine can be very difficult. So she got off the bus the first day, she had a smile on her face. You know, I always just celebrate a little bit if they weren't trying to kill the bus driver. And she actually got off the bus with a smile on her face. She looks at me, she goes, Matt. And I'm like, wow, she remembered my name. She comes running up to me, 11-year-old, ponytails going every which way, smile on her face. She goes, I'm so excited to be here. And I don't really know what to do with this because this is a first for me, but I just like, I'm so excited to see you. And in one moment, what I saw was this 11-year-old girl, ponytail, smile on her face, like turned into Satan himself. And I was in a vulnerable stance where she was able to put her foot right into my crotch. And let's just say I fell hard. And so I was able to push myself or get dragged, I don't really remember, into my office. And after checking my reproductive future as only a mental health professional can, I heard this soft knock on the door because my staff were just probably thought I was dead. But finally, guys, like, come in. And I got the file of this young lady. And I read in there that she was sexually abused by a janitor at her old school who was 6'5" and talked in a loud voice. So let's talk about re-traumatization. I think she got off the bus. I talked to her later. She said, I was excited because I thought for the first time there'd be kids like me at this school. And I'm like, oh, now you broke my heart too. But she got closer to me because from the, like in a Zoom box, I kind of look like a normal human being probably. But you see me in person and you get closer to me, I start to get taller and taller and taller. And then I open up my big mouth because I can't whisper. I'm tall, I'm loud. So for her, even though probably 99% of the youth in the world could be with me in that situation, just realize this is a goofy guy who's happy to see me. I was tall, I was loud. All of a sudden, she shifted from a neuroception of safety to a neuroception of danger. I was no longer happy Matt, ready to see her, ready to welcome her to the new school. I was her abuser. So this is the tricky thing with re-traumatization. Sometimes it's a visual. Sometimes it might be a word that you say. Working in residential early on in my career, it was amazing to walk into a dorm or a cottage where there might be a male staff. And then when that switched over to a female staff, the whole feel of the place just changed because of the history of abuse that these youth had experienced. And again, it just changed. You know, it wasn't necessarily good or bad, but it was just a whole different feel to it. So again, when we start to look at this neurobiology, and the other thing that I need to mention before I go on to, the hippocampus or memory area is actually physically smaller in size as well. So when we start to look at this biological injury, let's use this knowledge to work our way up the pyramid here. So key thing, something happens to them. I don't think I have to really spend any time convincing you that no child decides that, hey, you know, I want to be traumatized. I want to live a life with trauma. Ty didn't choose to be born into a house riddled by addiction, poverty, violence, born into a neighborhood that was just ignored by a larger community, going to the worst schools in the state. You know, that wasn't his choice. You know, so something happens to, again, and I just saw the parents that I work with who were struggling, were these youth at one point too, then instead of giving them the help we need, we often locked them up or labeled them the bad kid or kicked them out of school, whatever it might have been. So something happens to you, then there's this disruptive neurodevelopment. Again, no fault of their own, but here's where we start to see social, emotional, cognitive impairment. Socially, if you can't regulate yourself emotionally, it's going to be hard to create those strong relationships. In psychology, we talk about attachment a lot. In other words, the relationship that you establish with your caregivers initially, oftentimes maybe parents, other caregivers, grandparents, whoever that primary caregiver role is filled by, that relationship becomes the template in which you see all relationships. This is why, what I really struggled with, I know none of us like this reality is, when I was in child welfare system, it's like a lot of these youth went from foster home to foster home to residential to foster home to foster home. In other words, they never, and a lot of this was due because of their difficult behaviors, never were able to establish that relationship. The good thing is, again, attachment relationships can shift over time if we have trusting people in our life that can help us relearn how to be in relationships in a healthier way. We talk about emotion. We'll look at some mental illness diagnoses that are associated with this, and then cognitive impairment as well, again, with that prefrontal cortex. Again, then health risk behaviors that can lead. I gave you the HIV example to disease, disability, social problems. You could replace HIV with criminal behavior. You want to find a lot of folks with compound trauma, visit your local prison. It's filled with it. Visit your local homeless shelter, filled with it. So we see that folks coming out of this, if they don't get treatment, will make choices that put them in vulnerable positions. And then there's the top of the pyramid of early death. And this is when I read that first half an hour I was sitting with the ACE study. It didn't take me long to realize I was going to dedicate a good part of my life to making sure everybody that would listen to me talk about this, that I would take that opportunity to do so. What we find with people with compound complex trauma, their life expectancy drops from 80 years with someone with no trauma in their history, or I like to say they got the treatment that they needed, drops from 80 years down to 60 years. And that to me is like, okay. And it didn't take me long to realize that 60 years is riddled with many more struggles, so much pain, suffering, shame, guilt, all these things. Then we can't even compare the 60 years to those 80 years. And it just, what initially hit me is something was going to happen, and something is going to happen to children in all our communities, in our state tonight. And do we have the knowledge within the community to recognize when this happens? And just as important, do we have the treatment capacity to get these young folks the help that they need? So what we need to do is, if we see disease, disability, social problem, health risk behaviors, social cognitive impairment, we need to address those. But the challenge of trauma-informed care is also, how do we help people heal that underlying trauma? So I don't spend a ton of time on this slide. I think I could probably have 10 of these at this point. These are some of the highlights of what I like to call the symptoms of trauma. In other words, what results from the trauma. I use the word symptoms because I go back to that biological injury, right? Jamal Murray, who blew out his knee. We go and blame him for needing crutches for a while, for needing a wheelchair, maybe for limping? No, right? Those are symptoms of the biological injury. So what do we see? And again, well-established research from the mental health. I pay a lot of attention as a mental health person to the personal narrative. In other words, trauma really wrecks the story of ourselves, a sense of shame, that I'm not a worthy person, because who treats a worthy person like I've been treated? That's the devastating message of trauma, hopelessness, negative worldview. With this, I do a lot of work. Another passion of mine is for motivational interviewing. And if you're not familiar with it, it's really the best practice of how we help people make behavioral change. One of the biggest barriers that I see in the populations I've worked with is shame and hopelessness. If I just think life is traumatic and I don't think I see myself as a worthy person, why am I going to do the work to graduate from high school, to go to college, to maybe even engage in treatment in a meaningful way, if I think this pain, this suffering is all life is? Basically, if you want to understand the connection between mental health and trauma, find yourself a copy of the DSM, pick it up, and basically, with a lot of confidence, you can assume that trauma increases your likelihood to experience any of the mental illnesses in that Bible of mental illnesses. Pretty much all of them. Now, there's some that are a little bit more genetic than other, but even something like schizoaffective schizophrenia, which we thought was purely genetic, what we now studied in the trauma lens is often a traumatic event triggers the onset of those symptoms. Then you can throw the DSM out because it just does a symptomatic diagnosis and not developmental. So I'm not a big fan of it. But, again, with the mental illnesses that so many of us work off of, trauma increases the likelihood for most of them. Self-harm, suicide. I got perfectionism here. One of the things that I really have learned once I got deeper into this is that the youth that I worked with wanted to succeed, but they have this almost perfectionistic drive. And sometimes youth with trauma really do thrive in school. When we measure their stress levels, though, they're off the charts. But so many of the youth I worked with that ended up in systems just gave up because every time they tried, they wanted to succeed, they got told, nope, you're just a D, or that's not good enough, or you're still in trouble, whatever it might be. And eventually it just becomes easier to stop trying. And so tragic there, special education, 2.5 times more likely to fail a grade. A lot of health conditions as well. We talked about a little bit in the self-care training. Cortisol, cytokine release becomes toxic to the body. And then I'm not sure about your youth, but then we would feed them horrible stuff. I just remember, I always call it the residential corn dog, is really kids, youth that needed the healthiest diet we could possibly give them. We would just feed them corn dogs and French fries most days. About the worst thing you can do, even from that mental health perspective. Addiction, a huge increase, anywhere from 5 times to injection drug uses. I always just like to say the numbers are so overwhelming, is that if you walked around Denver and got all the folks injecting drugs into one place, it might take you a day or two to find a person that doesn't come from a trauma history. And again, also relationships can be difficult as well. So when we see this, though, there is, as I mentioned, there is a lot of hope. I gave you what we're doing because we need to understand the challenges. We need to stop just saying, hey, if we punish or reward somebody enough, they will change behavior. People don't wake up planning out their behavioral issues. The behaviors that, and I'll admit, I own this too before I got this, that I kick kids out of programs for, that I kick families out of programs for. And the challenge is I had to create safety for everybody. But I thought that they made a choice to act out. When I saw the neurobiological piece, it's like, no, this is a reaction to what's going on in an environment. So where is the hope here? And the hope, my friends, is you. It's the relationship. I love this quote to kind of flip the switch here for us from Judith Herman. She says, recovery can only take place within the context of relationships. It cannot occur in isolation. In a renewed connection with other people, the survivor recreates the psychological faculties that were damaged or deformed by the traumatic experience. So just as for the most part, with the exception of natural disasters, accidents, those sort of things, but most of the trauma we've talked about is one human being really violating the dignity, the safety of another human being, doing terrible things to each other. But the great thing about us as human beings is if we find someone we can trust, feel safe with, all of a sudden it activates the healing part of our neurobiology, our psychology as well. And this is really made concrete with a lot of research done over the year. I think this research has been around for decades at this point, and keeps getting reinforced every time they kind of replicate it. But what really drives outcomes in services? Well, 40%, the biggest piece is what the person walks through the door with. This is their trauma history. This is their success or failure in school and other systems. But I guarantee you don't have to look too long with anybody you work with to find a whole hell of a lot of resiliency there as well. I always like strength-based, right? What's that mean? Is we want to find the strength here. Yeah, there's going to be some challenges. If there weren't any challenges, they probably wouldn't be working with us. What are those strengths? How they survive? Yeah, I tell you what, Ty to this day, and those youth that I worked with that were selling drugs out on the street, some of the best business thinkers I have ever met. Again, Ty was making $10,000 a month tax-free, right? At age 15, right? There's some resiliency there. There's some brilliance there. One of the things I did was I brought the Wall Street Journal in. May have been responsible for the financial crash a few years back, but no proof that that really happened. So anyway, we got the client characteristics, 30%. So, but let's look at this 40% client characteristics. It's not half though. So 60% of outcomes we play a crucial role in. And the biggest one is relationships, counts for 30% of the outcomes. Have you been able to establish trust, psychological safety with them? Do they enjoy talking to you? It doesn't have to be every time they talk to you, but do they feel you understand them, that you hear them? 15% is hope, because without hope, where's motivation going to come from? And then 15% is our techniques. Now, you know, something like motivational interviewing or basically any best practice, what you see is, yeah, it'll give you the techniques, but it's also got a hyper focus on hope and how we build that relationship as well. So let's talk about this a little bit. Why are relationships so important? And really this foundation is in empathy. Now, empathy, I like this term from Miller and Rolnick here, an ability to understand another's frame of reference. Here's what I love about this definition, the conviction that it's worthwhile to do so. You want to give people that you work with one gift. One gift is to have them feel heard. Have them feel heard. It may sound small, but don't underestimate the power of somebody who's been looked down on, labeled, abused, neglected, to be heard. It doesn't fix everything, but it's a quantum leap forward in building the relationship. With this understanding becomes trust. And I've kind of developed this definition from different sources, and assured reliance on the character, ability, and strength of you in whom confidence is placed. This is why our self-care is so important, right? If you're burned out, they may not say, you seem a little burned out today, Matt, but they'll sense something is not right. We have to be a person, this is key with our self-care piece, that's worthy of their trust. And we'll talk about why that's so important. So with trust, what we see, I'm going to get a little nerdy with you, but it really shows the importance of this. When we're with somebody we trust, we have feelings of contentment, calm, and safety. In other words, we call this co-regulation, right? One of the best ways to help someone manage stress is to be with somebody they trust who cares enough about them to hear why they're struggling. It calms the amygdala. It activates the prefrontal cortex. Again, co-regulation. What's happening biologically here? And if you ask me, hey, Matt, what's your favorite chemical in the body? And yes, I do have a favorite chemical. It's oxytocin. Oxytocin really helps calms us down, brings us into that window of tolerance, gets some of that stress out of the cup, and really gets us prepared to really listen and engage. I want to play just a quick video for you here because I've been talking a lot, I know. I just love this video as just a way, an analogy to look at what we're trying to build in our relationships. With this video, I like to think that we are the middle metrodome here. These should all keep the beat they're originally set at. That we're sort of the middle metrodome, and the folks we're working with is all around us. If you set these on the table, they would do the same thing and just take 3 hours and be really boring. So I like to think the cans that speed it up are empathy and compassion. So again, this is what are we trying to do? What are we working through? I just love this as an example. There's always Matt out there. He's last sink, but don't give up on him. There we go. So I just love that. It's a very simple way, but it just really sums up what I'm looking like. A lot of times, because again, how they've been treated in the past, that attachment, we'll talk about anxious, avoidant, insecure attachment that often results from trauma. The folks we work with aren't the easiest to build trust with. So it takes our patience. We have to keep bringing that steadiness. Well, and we'll talk about some concrete approaches to that. But there's another piece of research here, and this is a little bit of the inverse of trust, And that's this an oxytocin called dihydrotestosterone, or DHT. And what we know is that if we've been treated poorly in the past by people in power, right? And usually when you experience trauma, interpersonal trauma with another person, the person has power over you in some way, whether that's physical, even economic, social power, whatever that might be. And so what we see is, hey, if I'm not feeling good and I don't even know who my doctor is, honestly, or my medical provider, I just want to know who's available at Wednesday at 4 o'clock, right? That's all I care about. And if you're not a total a-hole, I'm going to trust you and follow your treatment. But our folks have been so let down. And some of them, I think, if we're honest, have even been traumatized by systems that were supposed to help them, whether that might be educational, whether that might be school. Even the perception of this is, hey, maybe everything made sense to remove a child from a home situation, but from the child's perspective, that was traumatic. And so, looking at all these negative experiences, we're actually trying to overcome a deficit of trust. So it's going to take longer to build that relationship, to establish trust. They're going to test you. I saw this so much. I thought I established a breakthrough with somebody, and then their behaviors blew up. Or if I was doing outpatient, they would seem to disappear. It almost felt like a danger for them to get close to somebody. So again, there's going to be ups and downs along the way. We can actually see, as we shift more into the oxytocin, that emotional regulation. Other piece of this that's really exciting is hope. And it goes back to, like most things do, to the relationship. And again, to get a little nerdy about, let me get simple about hope, then I'll get nerdy. Hope is tomorrow could be better than yesterday. Next week could be better than last week. Maybe next month could be better than any month you can remember, maybe your best month ever. So being able to see that future is so important. And when people are thinking about a better future, it's basically an exact biological state to the placebo effect. You're probably familiar with placebo effect. Someone hands you a sugar pill. You think it's a medication that's going to treat your symptoms. You take the pill, all of a sudden you feel better. It's one of the most effective medicines. It's funny, lying to people is one of the most effective medicines we've ever found, because there's very little side effects unless you take way too many sugar pills. And so when we think about a better future, or we're in the placebo effect, we release endorphins, dopamine, serotonin. All these make us feel good. Dopamine, serotonin, often called the happy chemicals. And happiness is a motivator. If we feel good about something, we'll want to do that again. I go through this every year with a snowboard pass. I'm a very cheap guy. I don't make a lot of money. So every year I'm sitting there, I'm looking at the Epic Pass or the Rocky Mountain Pass or whatever the heck they're called nowadays. And I'm like, oh, that's so much money. But then I envision myself, I usually can maybe fit a Crested Butte trip in once a year. I'm international is my favorite run there. I'm just standing up on top of that beautiful mountain overlooking all the other mountains. And I click buy, because I get so happy thinking about snowboarding that it motivates me to spend way more money than I'm okay spending. Endorphins, again, our natural opiates, actually kill pain and bring on a mild sense of euphoria. This is why the placebo effect is so powerful. But now let's go back to you, why your relationship is so important here. So let's look at the placebo and bring it then to us. So let's say you're out, now that we can maybe go out on a Friday night, you go out to a concert. I haven't been to one of those yet, but I'm really working up to it. I went to see somebody play at a coffee shop. So I'm working my way back up to feeling comfortable with that. I'm vaccinated, don't worry, but it's just sort of weird spending 18 months locked in my place and now going to a concert with thousands of people. Anyway, let's say you go to a concert, go out to dinner with friends, and afterwards it's like 2 o'clock in the morning, or 1, or if you're me, it's 10:30 because I can't stay up past that. And all of a sudden I stumble out. I haven't showered for 3 days. I'm definitely intoxicated. I walk out of an alley. I say, hey, dude, take this. You will feel amazing. And then I just like run back off in the alley. Now, if you have been drinking or something and you decide to put this pill in your mouth, it probably will not have that much effect. So, but now let's look at what happens with trust. You walk into a medical clinic, checks you in, nurse takes your vital, takes you back to the exam room. Same person, showered this time, maybe stole one of those fancy coats that says Dr. Bennett on it. I walk in, I ask you a lot of medical questions. I give you a diagnosis. I hand you a pill bottle with a name you can't pronounce. And I say, hey, take 3 of these a day. You should be feeling better within 24 hours. All of a sudden, that becomes a very effective medication for many diseases, especially with the elimination of symptoms, because you trust me. So again, building this trust is so absolutely crucial. So just a few final things here to wrap up. How do we look at creating trauma-informed environments? So again, I had a professor early on, just give me the bar that I set for all my programs. Would you feel proud if your family walked in needing services, right? What's your waiting room look like? What's the waiting experience look like if you're going? I know I walk into some county facilities and there's somebody with a gun behind the counter. Now, I know I can logically think through that the person with the gun is there probably for my safety, but I'm also a white male and a person in a uniform. That's been my experience, where I know that that's not the experience for probably a lot of other folks that I see sitting around that waiting room. So now your challenge is to create a safe environment while making it welcome as well. And this is not easy. So this is going to be a big challenge for us. I can put this in 4 words, but it's a real challenge for us. How do we create a welcoming environment where we would want our family members, our friends, if they needed help, to get services? Here is really the core of the trauma-informed journey. And it's pretty simple, but it's really difficult. It's simple to conceptualize, but it can take time. It's taking the trauma-informed lens, and I hope I've given you a start to creating that lens of saying, now what we know about the folks we've worked with, how are our policies and procedures matching this? One that I like, and this goes to this next bullet point as well with avoiding re-traumatization, is our intakes. If you want to re-traumatize someone, before you build any trust with them, before they feel comfortable in your program or with you as a professional, start asking them about their trauma history, their incarceration history, their substance abuse history, their psychiatric history, their intimate partner violence history, their childhood trauma history. It is the worst thing that we could do early on in the relationship. We've got to start to think about this in different ways. I always found, hey, if you build trust with somebody and build rapport with somebody, you usually get all that information within the first 3 or 4 sessions as well. And is anybody hurt if I don't get this right away? So I know a lot of people drop out of care, because I've been a part of needs assessment where they'll just blatantly say, I felt, they won't use the word re-traumatization a lot, but I felt horrible coming in and answering all of these questions. Also, a few other things. Try to slow down. A lot of times we have so many things to check, boxes to check off, that when we are moving fast, we can often overwhelm somebody. 2 other key things that are so important: really focus on expectations. If I were to go back and run the school program or those dorms or cottages, different residential settings, one of the immediate changes I would make with this research is really going over rules and expectations at least daily, if not multiple times a day. And at least in those situations, probably taking 1 rule a day and really talking about the why behind the rule. One of the big findings with individuals coming out of traumatic situations is they haven't really established a cause and effect connection. Just think about growing up. I'm going to use an example of substance abuse here. Monday, the child wants, a parent to be happy, so does the dishes. Parent comes home sober, gives hugs, kisses, and ice cream. So what does a kid do? Well, I want ice cream again, and kisses and hugs are nice too. So does the dishes on Tuesday, but this time the parent comes home drunk and becomes abusive, both verbally and physically. So growing up in these homes, that so many youth that I worked with, they don't have this cause and effect. They're not weighing the consequences or rewards before behaving. There's not that connection. So I would really slow down, really build those expectations, and then boundaries, boundaries, boundaries. one of the key things that we need to do is, this is my role as a professional, whether working with families or even youth, right? Because a lot of times I went over boundaries before I got this information when we first started working together, right? When we were doing intakes and a whole lot of assessments and other stuff. Now I really want to challenge folks to revisit it from time to time. Just remember, you're teaching them how to be in a healthy relationship, and every healthy relationship has boundaries. My wife, for whatever reason, loves me, like tremendously, loves me. But there's behaviors I could engage in this afternoon where I would lose that love because there's boundaries in our relationship. So if the client you're feeling like they're pushing that boundary, it's a great chance just to revisit that and reinforce that. So again, the kind of the takeaway here too is that there's so much hope here, my friends. It seems like every day I am someone who reads every book I can on trauma. I try to keep on top of the research. I even get into those boring journal articles from time to time. I can't keep up on all the best practices emerging in the trauma world. Things like trauma-sensitive yoga, trauma-sensitive Tai Chi. I had somebody on the podcast for trauma-sensitive Pilates, body therapies, EMDR, all these things are evolving. But I just want to reinforce, while we have all these treatments, and I know some of you might step in that therapeutic role, but I would imagine the majority of you are not in the therapy role. I like to end this talking about this historical model of trauma healing that we have. And this comes from Joseph Campbell's work around the hero's journey. And I've always been a fan of Joseph Campbell's. And this started like in middle school. I saw a PBS special he did and just like was fascinated by what he was saying. And I was listening to some of his lectures a few years back. Now I had all this knowledge of trauma, and he was talking about the hero's journey, which has been used by George Lucas in Star Wars. Pretty much any movie you see does some version of this now. Any fictional work does some stories. But Joseph Campbell was studying the strongest mythological characters the human mind could ever create. And they talk about how, when you look at any story, even Disney, there's trauma, there's challenges, there's suffering. And then at the low point, the hero ends up in this abyss of spiritual and emotional death, where and I like to say, they're disconnected from the best of themselves. They're disconnected from other people, the love of relationships, and that the world's a good place. But then even these strongest people, and this is where I quickly shifted into, they're talking about the people that we serve, is that at the lowest part of the journey, even Hercules and all these mythological characters needed someone with the strength, the courage, and the wisdom to go into the darkness and help the person see that tomorrow can be better than yesterday, that there is hope, that the rest of the life doesn't have to be this painful. Because when we haven't gotten help and treatment for trauma, it's still happening to us neurobiologically, psychologically. That pain and suffering is in the present with us. You help to put that in the past. And then those transformation, whether it's a body, sensory motor therapy, whether it's EMDR, all these great things, transformation. And the hero, and let's call our folks that we work with heroes, because they're some of the most resilient people in our society. They've been through so much, been afflicted on them. The heroes experience this post-traumatic growth and take that strength and wisdom into the rest of their life. So I know I've covered a semester course in 90 minutes, which I'll apologize a little bit for, but just a little. I wanted to give you my email address because I know with the format we had here on the main stage, Q&A wasn't really a possibility in a meaningful way. I see some things come in the chat. I'll take a look at those, but please feel free. Don't hesitate to reach out to me individually. I'd love to hear from you, take any feedback. And with that, I will shut up and just give the folks behind this conference a huge thank you. And to reiterate what I said in the self-care training, just thank you for all you do. You are such a key component to help the youth, the families in our community who are struggling find a different way forward. And I want to celebrate you, celebrate your resiliency. And I'm just a huge honor to be such a small part of the amazing work you do for our state and our communities. So thank you so very much. And again, please do not hesitate to reach out.
Thank you so much for that, Matt. We greatly appreciate your shared knowledge and this presentation. For everybody else in the group, if you would like to go back into the session on the agenda and scroll down to the bottom of the page, that's where you'll find the session feedback. We would encourage you to ask you guys to complete these the survey sessions. And we will now thank Matt once again. And we're going to take a break and come back here shortly for our next session.
Thank you, everybody.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back again for the last session of the day. So glad you guys all stuck with us. I'm very excited that we got to do this virtually and we're starting to get back into the office. So just please note a few things, a little housekeeping items on this session is we're in the main stage. This is professional growth. This session will be recorded. So just note that your mics and cameras are turned off. If you do step away, that's fine. You don't need to communicate that in the chat, but I will be monitoring the chat. And if there's any questions or anything, Tracy, I'll send those over to her if we have that capacity. Otherwise, just please help me introduce, give a warm welcome to our speaker, Ms. Tracy Hutchinson, and her presentation on verbal de-escalation. Tracy?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Anna. All right, so I do have a PowerPoint for visual learners that I'm going to pull up and follow along with. And didn't queue up where I wanted it to, so 2 seconds to get it to full screen, and here we go. So most of the information that I'm presenting today is pulled together from a variety of sources and adapted to fit more general service providers. So here's a list of some of the resources that I've used to bring this information together. So what we're going to talk about today is we're going to break this down into 3 areas. The first area, the first phase, we're really going to talk about how to avoid escalation in the first place. We really want to spend really a good bit of time there. And what are all the ways we can circumvent it? What are the cues that tell us it's coming? What are some of the things we can do to back away from a potentially escalating situation? And then we're going to talk about, okay, so we're in it. What is the anatomy of crisis development? And it's broken down into 4 stages. So we'll look at those stages kind of in slow motion and recognizing that sometimes we step into a crisis and it's already in full swing. But what I'm going to attach to those 4 areas in the anatomy of crisis development is which skills work best when and why. And I know this is a brief presentation. I'll pack in as much information as I can on that, but I'll also reference other resources to help round out more skills building. And then the last phase that we're going to really talk about is how to debrief from any escalated situation, and what some of the general rules are about how to debrief from something. So the big question I think that comes up when folks talk to me about de-escalation situations is there's a lot of finger pointing. How did it happen? When did it happen? How did it get started? Who's at fault? And so I want to spend just a minute speaking to who creates the crisis. So in general, I'm going to say the folks who create the crisis are the folks who are doing the least amount of self-care, usually. According to statistics that have been pulled for more than a decade, according to incident reports and documentation, police reports, etc. The person who creates the crisis most of the time is the person in the position of authority. So we really want to pay attention to how are we missing cues or how are we missing opportunities if we're in the position of authority for how to back away from or not create a crisis in the first place. So one of the initial things we really want to look at and consider is self-care. If you're not okay, if you are tired, if you are struggling, you're not in the best position for providing good care, safety, welfare, security for other folks, because you're treading water yourself. So the first and most important thing we really want to look at is self-care. So this is I call this my F-bomb list, right? So I tend to think about this when others are F-bombing me in whatever way that comes across. It's usually emotionally charged, or I'm getting called names, or swear words are flying around. I think, oh, my anti-F-bomb list. How hydrated am I? Because when I'm dehydrated, my brain does not work as well. Neither does yours. We're human beings. We have some things in common. So how much water have I had? Am I hydrated? Because a pot of coffee does not do it. What kind of fuel do I have in my system? Have I eaten today? Have I gone more than 6 hours without any fuel? Is my blood sugar dropping? That's going to put you in a position of being at higher risk of being the person who's creating or escalating the situation. Do you have any fun in your life? Are you having any fun? Because if there's no fun and life is not fun, when you show up and you're in a situation that is a struggle, it takes a toll on how you respond and manage those situations. Where is your focus? Are you in the present? Are you here and now? If you're present, the buzzword these days is mindfulness. It's actually not a new concept. We used to call it here and now focus back in the 80s and 90s. But where is your focus? Are you here and now? Or is your mind on, you know what, I didn't take the meatloaf out of the freezer yet. I wonder what we're going to have for dinner. And not noticing what's happening in front of you, in front of your clients, in front of your coworkers. So where is your focus? And when you're home, when you're away from work, when you're with your friends, is your mind all tied up still on work? So be where you are, have your focus where your focus is. And we also need a filter. Is my filter engaged? The most important and valuable filter that I think service providers can have is that filter of what does it mean to be in the different stages of change. Because when someone's in a crisis, when somebody's escalating, it's usually about a request for change or a need for change, behavior, thought, etc. And so when I understand, when I recognize the stages of change, that when people don't realize, when a person doesn't realize that they are the thing or the person or the behavior or the thought form that needs to change, they're in a stage that we call pre-contemplation. Pre-contemplation. I have a lack of awareness. I don't even know it's me. And so I'm pointing my finger at everybody else. So when the finger is getting pointed at me, figuratively and directly, am I recognizing whether that finger is coming at me from a pre-contemplative place from that person, that they don't have awareness and recognition, or contemplation? I'm thinking I might have something to do with this situation. I'm thinking I might have something to do with the problem. That's a contemplative stage of change. So if I can just really look at and filter the difference between someone who has no awareness that they have a part in what's going on and those who have some awareness in a part of what's going on, I can filter a whole lot better. I can recognize that, oh, it isn't about me personally. They're pointing the finger because they don't want to or are unable right now to look at themselves or recognize their own part in things. So the filter becomes, I think, one of the more important things on this list. And then to have some faith. Have some faith in yourself. Have some faith in your team. Have some faith in the company. They hired you. They have faith in you. So confidence, faith in the situation. So when I'm thinking about self-care, these are some of the positionings that I want to think about every day. How am I setting myself in my day to day? With hydration, with fuel, with coming in with an attitude of life is good. Fun is accessible in my world. I can focus where I am. I can filter through information and that's coming at me and going out from me, and I can have some faith. So these are just sort of preparatory things or things to kind of do an overview of how am I doing in general. Again, when I'm in a position of good self-care, I'm in the best position for backing out of a situation. So we're gonna spend a little bit of time on the anatomy of a crisis, and I'm gonna weave into this information, not just skills, but also self-care as we go. So when a crisis is developing, one of the first identifiable things that's happening is anxiety. Now, for some folks, anxiety can go up from 0 to 60 in seconds. And for some, it's a slow burn. That anxiety's been just on a slow fuse. So my first question to you would be, do you recognize your own anxiety? Do you recognize when the anxiety is about you? It's coming from you, right? Or you're feeling anxiety, but it's not yours. It's in the room. Sometimes anxiety just hangs in the air. Sometimes anxiety is clearly coming off of someone. Look around, because the person who's the most anxious may not be the one that is having the most problems. It could be someone who is very triggered by someone else in the area that's struggling. So what do we want to do? First of all, you want to get your own anxiety in check. You want to pay attention to how grounded am I? As I look around the room and as I observe my environment, what else is going on, right? Can I be supportive, empathetic, non-judgmental, engaging with who and what is going on around me as I sort out where is this anxiety coming from and what can I do with it? If we don't have that awareness, one of the things that we need to really pay attention to, is that when a person is in any kind of pain or confusion, mental, emotional, spiritual, physical, financial, any kind of pain or confusion, chances are they're going to misinterpret most of what's going on, because their brain, their cognitive abilities are not as engaged in what's going on when their emotional system and their biochemistry is intruding on what's going on. Their pain and confusion are indicators to you that they're going to struggle with being able to understand and interpret what's going on accurately. And so one of the cues is, one of the things you could notice is that finger pointing. So I mentioned it earlier in pre-contemplation, there's a lot of finger pointing. And also when someone is in pain and confusion, not understanding things, misinterpreting things, they also frequently have a lot of finger pointing going on, and behavior begins to escalate. When that's happening, and what I mean about that most things are misinterpreted, is on your best day in terms of communications. And again, this has been measured over a long period of time and holds true. I think Gail Cotton published some of this information in one of her books. But there are a number of research articles you can access about communication accuracy. When information is only like the brief, verbal or written, like a text, an email, really only between 7 and 16% of what you actually meant to convey got conveyed. The rest was either missing or misinterpreted, or because of the lack of information, the brevity of the message. Human beings have a tendency to fill in their own blanks. So in the absence of information, we tend to fill in our own blanks, and we tend to tag what we are thinking we're reading, what we think is being communicated, to our own filters, our own experiences. When communication is verbal, I think of Alexa when I think of this. You know, when you talk to Alexa or you talk to Siri, or when my GPS speaks to me, it's such a mechanical monotone, right? There are folks that are leaving brief messages, a phone message that might say, Tracy, as soon as you get a chance, call me. And I can't really tell from their voice tone what's going on, but I can guess, and I usually guess wrong. So when there is verbal and there's voice tone, it depends on how much or how little voice tone, how much or how little articulation, how much is being said. At best, about 38% of what you're trying to convey when it's words only. So if you couldn't see me, if we drop down there. So if I just did that, right, you would not be able to, now I've lost myself. You would not be able to, oops, what have I done here? I'm going to drop down my screen share and bring my video back up. Oops. Can you help me out, Anna? I've lost my video and I did that myself.
Sure. Go back into just share screen. Do you have two screens or one?
There, I took down my screen share to find myself again.
Okay.
So thank you.
Go back.
I'm gonna go back and see, I was trying to do something really tricky and quick and it didn't work. So what I was trying to give an example of is, if I drop my screen, if I went away and you only heard my voice, you begin to start guessing and interpreting what it is I'm saying, because you can't see anything. You can't see my expressions. You only can hear the tone of my voice. So when you get a voice message, what it's lacking is the affect, the cues that we get from what someone else's face is telling us, as well as their voice tone and the words. When you have all of those things, you have words, you have voice tone, you have body language. At best, we still are only interpreting about 55% of what someone is saying or conveying accurately. In other words, they have a picture in their mind of exactly what they're trying to convey. And as they provide information to try to convey that, the receiver takes that information and tags it to their own experiences, tags it to their own interpretations and understandings of the words that are being spoken, the body language that's being presented. And so at best, we have, in terms of 100% accuracy, we're only at 55%. So when someone additionally is in mental, emotional, spiritual, physical, financial pain or distress, it drops the numbers from there. And so a lot of escalation comes from being misheard, being misunderstood, or not feeling listened to and taken seriously. So one of the things we want to do, and I'm going to bring this up again later, is managing your expectations. We want to promote trust by modeling active listening. In other words, we want to be careful not to hijack other people's conversations. When folks are speaking, when folks are trying to convey things to us, we want to really listen. We want to listen with as much as we have, our visual, our auditory, our senses. But we're also conveying in how we are talking, what our tone is, what our interaction, how respectful we are being. We are promoting something, we're modeling something. So you want to manage your expectations and recognize what you are modeling. You want to promote action rather than reaction. In order to do that, you have to stop and listen. You have to give time to what is going on so that you can make choices rather than go into knee-jerk reactions. But when anxiety is present, remember, this is the area we're in, anxiety is building, it's really something that you have to make a conscious decision about. Is in the face of anxiety, can I listen well enough? Can I be present well enough to promote choice and action, not just within myself, but within the person in front of me? And can I employ my improved communication skills? And while all that's going on, I'm looking around my environment and considering, what's my safety plan? What's my exit? What's my backup plan? Where's my help? So I want to be thinking about all of these things in terms of managing my expectations about what's happening and what's likely to be going down. When someone's anxiety is going up, when your anxiety is going up, it's kind of like a freight train. Sometimes it just spins out of control. It's really difficult to just stop the anxiety. Behaviors can be halted, but it's really hard to stop that anxiety build. because the anxiety build has a lot to do with biochemistry, things that are going on in the body, in the system. And so anxiety can continue building even if the person is able to interrupt a particular behavior or a distressful pattern of behavior. It's also important to recognize that even though they were able to halt their behavior and their anxiety may be building, it doesn't mean it stopped what the problem is, and the behavior patterns or patterns of interaction are still right there in the doorway. So I want to talk a little bit about how real change happens, and that this is the phase, this early phase of anxiety is where talking with someone can still be very effective. Listening to someone can still be very effective. It's in a heightened state. Anxiety is up, behavior is on edge, triggers are often triggered. And so there's a heightened sense, but there's still an awful lot you can do in this phase to back away. And you need patience. It may take time. So I want to talk a little bit more about expectations, some of the things that may be going on. This is a very short list, and I'm going to verbally add a few more things. But when you are in awareness and assessing your expectations, some of the things that we tend to forget to include in what is going on here, and this is not just for the service provider, but also for the person seeking services or the clients that we are interacting with. What's going on in the brain? What's going on in their neural pathways? Has there been a concussion for this person, right? Are they on drugs? Are they high? Are they in withdrawal? What's going on in the brain? What's going on in the neural pathways? What's going on in the brain's ability to function well? Right? So that could be substances, that could be a head injury, that could be any number of things, dehydration, low blood sugar. That's why I mentioned them earlier, because it has an effect on the brain, the neural pathways, and how we think, act, and behave. Also, trauma is going on with a lot of folks, and we don't always recognize trauma, and we don't recognize necessarily the differences between trauma and PTSD and when someone's being hijacked by their trauma. So one of the speakers today really talked about trauma-informed care, and I'm sure that in that presentation there was mention of that sometimes when someone is in a trauma trigger that is PTSD, and is severe enough trigger, what it does is it hijacks that person out of the current moment. And it bypasses the frontal lobe, that part of the brain that sorts out, thinks about, figures, puzzles. What do I do? Right? So that part of the brain gets hijacked in some cases when PTSD has been triggered. And so the ability to talk to that person is gone. They're not listening. They're back in a moment of trauma, biochemically, insightfully, strategically. They are back in a trauma moment. Short of that kind of hijacking, sometimes when folks are PTSD or trauma triggered, what happens is their list of skills and strategies can collapse down to fight, flight, faint, freeze. Their list of strategies can collapse down to what is the most familiar survival technique at their ready, right? So there's varying degrees of that, and that requires a whole lot more information about trauma-informed, and recognizing capabilities and abilities in those different situations. But it should be something we have on our radar when we're looking at a situation that appears to be escalating, or look at ourselves. Are we in trigger, and are we escalating things? Because also biochemistry comes into play, and the biggest one, or the most familiar to folks, is adrenaline. In an average sized male with a healthy liver, it takes the body about 20 minutes to fully reabsorb adrenaline when you've had a big adrenaline squirt. So a big adrenaline squirt, let me describe that a little bit better. When you're in a moment of fight, flight, faint, freeze, one of the biochemistries that your body provides for you is adrenaline, so that you have that significant boost to be able to fight or run or faint or freeze, right? So I don't know if you recognize this. A lot of people are familiar with it, some are not, but adrenaline has some lasting effects. So once you have that moment, right? It's all it takes, and your adrenals, it's an organ, sits above your kidneys, gives a little squirt of adrenaline. It's in your system. That adrenaline can create feelings of what feels like even more anxiety, because sometimes it makes your heart race a little bit. Adrenaline can make your heart race a little faster, can make your breath go. Maybe you break out in a cold sweat. There are physiological responses to an adrenaline hit, right? And that often can add to what is perceived as anxiety, right? And now you're in a much more escalated situation. So if someone is able to talk with you, if they're willing to engage with you, just keep in mind, it takes roughly 20 minutes for that biochemistry to not be in so much play that they're on that raggedy edge of fight, flight, faint, freeze. Cellular memory is something that a lot of folks deal with. It's also in that trauma and trauma-informed category, but cellular memory is even a little bit more specific. It's your body's remembrance of being in certain situations, right? It's your body's remembrance of what it felt like to be in certain situations, including your pain response, right? So when folks get anxious and they're anxious about something that's about to happen, and they have some history of something like this happening before, often the body will already trigger some of that cellular memory, and they have pain along with the anxiety. It's a remembered pain. It's a remembered response from the body, right? It's not a well thought out thing, that it's an occurrence. And then we have to also consider cultural differences, that what looks like anxiety to one is actually excitement and creativity to another. What looks like calm, cool, and collected to someone might mean to another person, my fuse is done and I'm about to pop. So there are cultural differences in how things are expressed, and with what kind of exuberance and energy, with what kind of body positioning, what kind of escalations that are not anxiety, and they're not escalation into crisis, but they're just escalated interactions, escalated energy, but not necessarily crisis. So I talked about adrenaline. I just want to give just a few moments to some of the other chemistry that is impacted when there is crisis. Some of it's long-term, some of it's short-term. So as well as adrenaline, which is responsible for that fight, flight, faint, freeze response, it also gives you a boost of glucose. It gives you a more rapid heartbeat. Cortisol is what chemistry the body is dealing with when you're under constant anxiety and stress. So those folks who have slow burns, whose anxiety has just been going on for a long time, and they're on a slow burn in terms of escalation, we tend to see an increase in cortisol in their overall biochemistry. And that is responsible for all the things that you see listed there. It gives us often a sense of weakness, that I'm not strong enough, and I don't feel very stable in my mood. And so anxiety, irritability, depression can look real different because it's more long-standing, right? So sometimes the person has a better sense of where their slow burn is at than you have. If it's a slow burn, you have the opportunity to talk. There's time. What's decreasing in the biochemistry is dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin. These are feel-good chemistries. These are chemistries that help us manage. They help us manage anticipation, creativity, optimism, safety and security, the ability to really think, to plan ahead, to come up with what are some of the things that I normally do. So anxiety decreases those things. So it's not just they can't think. The biochemistry is not available there to think as well about what's about to happen, what am I doing, what are my choices, and what are my feelings of safety and security. So then why engage? That's an awful lot to consider. And if someone is escalating, why engage at all? Here's why. Because anxiety builds when someone feels that they are not listened to and they are not taken seriously. And so they're going to talk louder. They're going to talk more. They're going to get more animated, or they're going to get more insistent, whether that's out loud or internal, right? When there's anxiety and there's no engagement, or the engagement is telling them to settle down, right? It's not very effective engagement. So we're going to talk about what kinds of engagements are really helpful here for folks. So I want to talk about the power of paraphrasing and the power of silence. When folks escalate, one of the concerns folks often have, helpers often have about engaging is, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to fix this, right? And so I want to really affirm and really support the idea that you don't have to fix things, right? In that moment, even if it's your job to fix things, give a pause, take a beat, wait. So again, if the person is feeling like they are not listened to and not taken seriously, if you're shouting back commands, if you're telling them what to do and how to do, you're not demonstrating that you're listening to them and taking them seriously. But if you paraphrase someone, what I'm hearing you say is, you are so mad right now you could spit nails. What I'm hearing you say right now is you feel so backed into a corner that you just don't even know what you're going to do. What I'm hearing you say is, right now, I am the biggest barrier in your life, and you wish that I would, just disappear, right? So whatever it is they're trying to convey, a paraphrase just says, I hear you. It does not necessarily say, I agree with you. It says, I hear you. I hear you, and I take you seriously. Here's what I hear you saying. And then giving them an opportunity to absorb the fact that you heard them, right? So when you paraphrase someone, you really want to pause afterwards to give them a moment to absorb what you just said, which is basically, I heard you, here is what you said. So if you've ever been in any of those, sort of typical human arguments, you know the ineffectiveness of just saying, I heard you, right? So let's just say in a regular old relationship, right? So you get into those moments where you say, I said, la, 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 la. And the other person says, oh, I know, I'm saying, la, 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 la. And then you say back, I know, I'm telling you, la, 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 la. That continues to happen and escalate because you didn't give the other half of, I know. I heard you. Here is what I heard you say. Is that what you're trying to let me know? Right? I don't have to agree with you. I just need to convey that I heard you. Here's what I heard. Am I accurate in what I'm hearing? When you know that, it takes the pressure off for feeling like you have to fix the situation, which often we can't fix the situation. But as I said, it drops anxiety significantly when a human being feels listened to and taken seriously. And so if they're spewing out what's going on and it's making sense, but it's escalated, right? And it's energy, know when silence is important, right? As they are saying what's going on, are they, it's called catharsis. Are they cathartic? Are they getting out the energy? So the escalated voice tone and behavior and anxiety is reducing while they are talking. If that's occurring, be silent, let them talk. So paraphrasing and silence are two of your biggest tools in this really early, I don't know this person, but their behavior is escalating situation. Two biggest tools, paraphrasing and silence. When you speak, you want to talk in what's called strength-based statements. And we're going to talk more about power struggles in a bit, but you want to frame things around what is going well, what is being done correctly, what is well positioned right now, how they are managing, right? So you want to point to what they are doing and what they are managing rather than zeroing in on what they are not doing and what they are not managing. Because remember, what we're trying to do here is bring the anxiety down, right? So when a person hears back that what they're doing is effective and working, they're more likely to do more of it, right? So we want to use strength-based languaging when we are dealing with someone in that early escalated situation. For more information on that, and I'm just going to go through these things briefly. A lot of folks these days have been trained on basic MI, motivational interviewing. So this is William Miller from edition 3, motivational interviewing. Basic communication, that's asking someone to evoke change, to do something differently. You want to keep in mind a few of the basics. So William Miller speaks to staying in the spirit of motivation, right? If you want to motivate somebody to do something different, then convey in whatever way works and is ethical that you are in partnership with this person. They are not in this alone. You're right here, right? Even if you're in different positions, a power position and a non-power position, it's still a partnership because it takes both. You're just in different positions. So conveying that sense of partnership. We're in this together. We're going to get through this together. And conveying in how you are presenting, you have acceptance for that person. So really briefly, how Miller describes that acceptance is in the idea of absolute worth, that the person has worth, that they have autonomy, they have the right to make their own choices, autonomy, right? They have the right to not need you, right? Accurate empathy is not how I'm perceiving you. Accurate empathy is when I consider where you are looking at life from, I can have a different kind of empathy for what you're going through. So accurate empathy, that goes back to that filter we talked about in the F-bombs, right? I can filter the information a little more accurately because I'm trying to look through your lens to the best of my ability. What must life be like for you right now, given your circumstances, your culture, your positioning? I can have empathy, right? And it's going to be more accurate than what I think is good, bad, right, wrong, yes, no. And then I can give appropriate affirmations. Then I can speak to what are you doing well? I can use strength-based affirmations for how that person is managing their elevated anxiety. I want to have compassion. When I lose my compassion, it's called compassion fatigue. And again, the trauma-informed person that spoke earlier in this conference may have spoken to compassion in those terms. I'm going to say when you lose heart, when you lose the perspective that that's a human being in front of you, when you lose the perspective that that this person has their own struggles, right? That this person is in pain, confusion, fear, right? When we lose that, we stop treating them like humans. And we stop treating ourselves like humans when we have our own compassion fatigue. And that's often recognized by the lack of sensitivity we use when we're talking to others or about ourselves. So compassion fatigue tends to be, well, and I'm going to be extreme just to make the point quickly, because I know we don't have a lot of time today, but compassion fatigue is when I start thinking like, well, you know, there's a waste of skin, right? There's a waste of my time. Well, that person is never going to change, right? So that's compassion fatigue. You are recognizing nothing strength-based about that person, or if you do it about yourself, right? You're not recognizing anything strength-based about yourself. And so compassion is that ability to have heart and recognize yourself as a human and the people in front of you as humans who are trying and sometimes not doing well. Certainly the person escalating is not at their best, whether that's you or the clientele. They're not at their best. Have compassion for the struggle they are in right now. So that's very similar to accurate empathy, but it's really about you not losing heart. It's not about seeing through their lens. It's about don't lose heart for humanity. Don't lose the perspective that, you know, how many times is it going to take with this person? The answer is it's going to take as many times as it takes. That's compassion. Okay? And evocation. Learn how to evoke things, how to invite things rather than provoke or threaten. Right? And that has to do with that strength-based languaging. How do I invite you into a conversation? How do I invite from you information rather than threaten you to tell me or provoke you into making a change? So Miller calls this PACE, P-A-C-E, Partnership, Acceptance, Compassion, and Evocation. And one of his bylines is pace yourself. Change is a process, pace yourself, which really speaks to what I said earlier about patience. All therapists, general therapists, and communicators know the power of open questions and invitations to talk. So in that inviting someone into a conversation, which hopefully they are able to respond to if the anxiety is not too high, is open questions and invitations. So tell me more about what's going on. Say more about what's happening to you right now. Share with me a little bit about your frustration in this moment. Give me an example of what has you so distraught. Right? So I'm inviting you into conversation that says, I'm really trying to understand you. Open invitations and questions. Closed questions tend to feel like rapid fire. Are you here for an appointment? Have you been drinking? Do you have housing? Those are yes, no questions. And they don't foster engagement, right? What they often offer is what feels like an interrogation. And that often increases the anxiety because I don't know what you really want to know. Am I answering correctly? Am I answering fast enough? Right? Wait, I have all kinds of qualifiers to give in what I'm trying to tell you, and the anxiety goes up. So we're doing everything we can in this phase to bring the anxiety down, not just for the person, but also for ourselves, right? Affirmations, again, is that ability to say, you're doing this well. You know, I can see how much anxiety is going on with you, and you're still talking to me. You're still making sense. I'm still understanding. I'm still tracking you. Okay? I understand your dilemma. You're doing a good job of communicating to me why you are so upset. Right? You know, you're managing to tell me all this without being aggressive with me. And so I really appreciate that. So those are affirmations. Help them recognize what they're doing well and do that with yourself. Recognize what you're doing well. Okay, so I'm being silent. I'm doing that well. I'm asking open questions and invitations. I'm doing that well. So internally, don't forget to give yourself some affirmations. Reflections, paraphrasing is something I already talked about, but reflections are the ability to say back to someone, here's what you sound like, here's what you look like, here's what I hear you saying. Here are the emotions I hear coming out of you. Okay? I can see that you're really scared. That's a reflection. I can see that you're really anxious about this situation. That's a reflection. What I'm hearing you say is that you're really not sure how this is going to go. That's a paraphrase. So those ways of phrasing things that say back to the person, not only do I hear you, but I can see you and I feel you. I got what's going on, and here's what I'm going to say back about it. When you reflect what you perceive about a person, make sure you pause afterwards and give them a moment to absorb what you just said and an opportunity to rebuttal or to affirm. Yes, that's really where I'm at. Because that's where the real connection comes. That's where the real sense of, I am listened to and taken seriously. That's where that comes from. That's where that comes in, is in the pause. Right? And a summary is the ability to summarize where you're at with a person, what's happening. Often summaries are used to kind of bring the person back to, and you're here for housing services, right? So I heard you talk about, your ex. I heard you talk about your kids. I heard you talk about financial concerns and the WIC program, and I heard, and all of that relates back to what you're here for, which is probation, or you're here for housing, or you're here for sorting out services. So that ability to summarize rather than discount all the things that they've been telling you, all the context that they've been sharing with you, to summarize back, here's all the things you're mentioning, here's what we do here. Here's what I can do for you right now. So that ability to keep track of all those things and bring it down to, what can I do for you right now? When you're targeting a certain behavior for change, also what we want to do is be listening when the person is sharing with us what their dilemma is, what's going on. What we want to be really listening for is the incongruency between three things. What are they doing? What's important to them? And what do they want? Right? What's your current behavior? What's your value systems? What's important to you? And what do you want? So when you feel like the person's anxiety is not so elevated that they can't interact with you, these are the kinds of things you want to find out. Right? What is getting in the way? What are the barriers? This is what's called developing discrepancies. And again, this is basic MI. If you have not yet taken an MI course, it would behoove you to either get the book or do a basic MI course, because a lot of the skills and strategies in basic MI are de-escalation skills. They work. So this is the last MI piece I'm going to put in here with this, and that is and this is really about your expectations for the person to do something differently in a sustained way, right? So their anxiety could be up because they're not able to sustain something, or their anxiety could be up because they don't know how to do something the first time. So when we are offering ideas, suggestions, or eliciting from them what strengths they have and how they might use those strengths in whatever particular situation they're in, we have to consider people don't really change. They don't make long-term change without a sincere desire, ability, reason, and need to make the change. All of those need to be present. So when you have an interaction with a client and they come back 2 days later or a week later and nothing's changed, and then you put some things in place and they come back again and nothing's changed, right? The piece that you're missing is exploring with them, what is their desire? Do they even have a desire to make a change? Do they have the ability, the skill sets, the finances, the support, the ability to make a change? Have they got a real reason to make a change? Because if you keep rescuing them, if you keep doing it for them, if they have someone who's codependent with them and doing things for them, taking them off the hot seat, they really don't have a reason to make a long-term change. And do they have a need? And it's their perceived need, not yours. So these are conversations you can have with the long-term clients about change, rather than you be frustrated with how come nothing's changing and you be the one that's escalating the anxiety, right? So it's about expectations. It's about recognizing I'm a service provider and I'm providing services and expecting change, I need to be realistic about how that's happening. Because if I'm unrealistic about it, I am the one who is likely to escalate the situation. And that goes back to what I said in the beginning. Who is often the person that escalates the situation? The staff. If they recognize and acknowledge their desire, ability, reasons, and needs to make a change, then you still have to work with them on commitment, the action that is needed, and then dipping their toe in and rehearsing and taking baby steps into that change. Change is hard, especially something that I've never done before or is not part of my cultural norms, or I haven't done sober ever in my life, right? So action, so commitment, action, and taking the steps also takes time. So be patient with your clients. There is movement that happens when you recognize what the process is that you are working through with clients, right? Now, that's on a slow burn. On a fast burn, someone whose anxiety just shoots up, boom, there it is, there's the escalation. Some of those skills may work, some of them they may not, right? Depends on how shut off that person is with their anxiety. So you're going to continue to demonstrate non-judgmentalness. You're going to continue to demonstrate that you can engage with this person in a trauma-informed and culturally sensitive way. That you can listen. You can listen well enough to hear what they're really trying to tell you. And by the way, more often than not, when someone is escalated and they are trying to tell you something, the real message underneath is typically one of three things, or a combination of these three. I'm afraid, I'm in pain, I hurt, I'm in pain, or I'm in a power struggle. So it would be useful for you in terms of filter. Remember when we talked about filters in that F-bomb list? It's not just the filter of pre-contemplative or contemplative. It's, can you filter what the real message is? Are they in pain? Are they afraid? Is this a power struggle? Right? And it may be any combination of those three things. But if you're listening, if you're paying attention, you're going to be able to recognize and then address appropriately, which way is it? What are we dealing with here? Pain, fear, or control issues? Okay. Don't forget the use of silence. And beyond that, slow things down. It's fair to talk slowly so that it sets a rhythm and a pace with the client to get them to slow down their rapid listening. Right? So that's what I just did. Just slowed down what I was saying, gave more pauses, and then that creates an opportunity for a breath to come out, right? To let go of your breath. For the client to let go of their breath, or the family that you're dealing with to just drop their breath down. Okay? So not just silence, but slow things down. As I said, paraphrasing, restating, clarifying, all very helpful tools. So once again, as you are managing your expectations, are you practicing these useful skills? Are your expectations realistic, especially when you are having a frustrating encounter or you're about to have an appointment with someone who frustrates you, right? Ask yourself before they come in, are my expectations of this family or this person, are they realistic? Did I consider things like biochemistry, culture, trauma? Did you learn from them? Are they learning from you? Are you applying any of what you learned in any of these courses that you're taking in this conference? And will you practice these skills, not just with clients? These are really awesome skills to practice really with anyone. They're good communication skills. If you're around or you have teenagers or tweens, preteens, they're a good audience to practice some of these skills on. All right. So again, we're trying to get the anxiety to come down. But if the anxiety is going up and everything you do is ineffective or is actually driving the anxiety up, the next stage, the next thing that's going to happen is the defensiveness is going to rise. And what you're looking for in that defensiveness, yep, they're going to be belligerent, they're going to call names, they might slam doors, they might swear at you. In their defensiveness, are they threatening or are they just getting loud? Are their threats real threats? So you want to really be cautious with this one. There's a real difference between, oh, I'm so mad I could just choke you, and I'm going to choke the shit out of you, right? So there's a seriousness of, here it comes. And, oh, I'm giving you a measurement of how frustrated I am, right? So in that communication, you really want to be able to sort out what's belligerence, what's being said that just says, ugh, stop it, you're not right, right? It's a win-lose defensiveness as opposed to a serious threat, right? If someone's defensiveness rises enough where their ability to make sense, their ability to what's the word I want? Their ability to be rational is dissipating. You don't have a lot of time here, right? This is kind of the last tail end of whether talking, engaging is going to be a benefit. But when their defensiveness gets to a place where they are irrational, now I don't mean that they have a different belief than you or that they're spouting a belief that you don't agree with. I'm saying irrational. When they are irrational, you better move to the next phase, which is get help, right? But as long as the rationality is there, you still have an opportunity to bring it down, to continue to approach things from a place of calm, from a place of reducing anxiety. But what you're going to start doing in this defensive phase is you're going to start setting some limits or start acknowledging that there are limits. So communication skills, keep them all in play, right? How you are communicating is going to come back at you. It's a mirror. So don't you escalate your voice. Don't you move to name calling or swearing or whatever. Keep your communication skills professional. Stay in control and be positive. Allow for and offer, when you're setting limits, the most protective or the most positive scenarios first. I really appreciate that you're listening to me and considering what I'm saying so that we can continue this conversation without involving peace officers or without having to put handcuffs on you, take you to jail. Depends on, you know, what your service is. Peace officers might be able to say, you know, appreciate your continued engagement with me so I don't have to cuff you. Or if you are I'm dealing with a family in a home visit, you know, I really appreciate your ability to really listen to what's being offered to you and sort through what do you really need and what do you not need, right? So that if it's not important for me to be here, if I'm offering things that are not what you want, that you have the ability to really consider that and let me know, right? So I appreciate your communication with me. So those affirmations, those moments of positivity when you're setting limits can be very powerful. So be patient, recognize what's going on, listen, then take action. When folks are in that rational, irrational, sort of window, you want to stay aware that they are allowed to ask questions. It's fair for them to be curious. What's going to happen? What happens next? How does that look? To clarify what's going to go on. What are you saying? Right? What do you mean by that? It's fair for them to consider. It's fair for them to say, well, what if? What if I do this? What if I do that? What if you do this? What if I do that? And even if it's said with attitude, they're still curiosity questions. They're rational. Answer them, but answer them without attitude. Answer them from the most solid and neutral place that you know how. They're allowed to get contextual information. And they're allowed to have cultural differences and to express those and to be curious about yours and yours of your agency. And they have impressions of you and your agency that are cultural. Give them time to sort through those. Give them opportunity to sort through those if doing that brings the anxiety and the defensiveness down. But if you're responding in a way that the defensiveness is going up, consider your responses. There are times when it doesn't matter what you say or what you do. If you say nothing, right, that people's anxiety is going to grow and their defensiveness is going to grow. I just want to speak to this example down here. The little girl's afraid to run home because of the man in the mask. If we were doing a live communication, I would say, I'm the little girl and I'm afraid to run home. And you would ask me a bunch of questions. And typically what happens is by the time you ask me questions, you're ready to call social services, call the cops, and really the man in the mask is the first baseman or the catcher, and he's yelling at me to run home and I'm playing baseball, right? So if you didn't take the time to ask questions or consider what's going on, but you just took one thing that a person said and you acted on it, often you're wrong. And so again, curiosity, clarification, context, consideration, and culture should be things that we should be looking at and considering. It is a power struggle when the communication is going like this. It's communication issues, right? Learn how to say it better or paraphrase when it feels like the communication is going like this. So this is frustration, this is anger. So power struggle feels like, do it my way, right? Miscommunication is frustrating, right? So we want to recognize that escalates situations. Watch your tone, watch your volume, watch your cadence. I did not say you were stupid. I didn't 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 say you were stupid, right? Same sentence, your volume, your cadence, your rhythm, your tone changes that sentence with every time you change the emphasis, the tone of what you're saying. So recognize when you pull up that parental tone. Recognize when you pull up the frustrated tone. Pay attention to how you're saying what you're saying, right? So here's some skills at this point for irrational, right? Be simple and clear, be reasonable, and if you're going to set limits, make sure they're enforceable. Don't fight, don't give up, don't give in. Right? You can use broken record technique, right? Keep repeating the same thing, but from a neutral position. You can limit or table further discussion. That we're going to talk about tomorrow, or that we're going to talk about in 20 minutes. But right now, here's where we are. So when you're setting limits, make sure they are simple and clear, reasonable and enforceable. And again, always try to set the positive, what you're offering as a plus first. And second, what they will lose or what will be curtailed or removed. Folks have the inalienable right to make choices. So when we set limits, we want to keep that in mind. Right? They have the right to say no. If the defensiveness goes up so high that the irrationality is there, get help. Acting out is going to happen. There is a point of no return in escalation that you have to recognize when you hit it, or if you walk into a situation and it's already there, the fuse has been lit, it's going, gone, the irrationality is gone. You want to back up, you want to look at safety and containment. Where is your help? Take all threats at that point seriously, because the rationality is gone. So where is your help? This is where it comes into play, and it's important that you have a safety plan, that you know where your help is, and that you stay in control. It's a scary moment, right? So you need to recognize your own triggers. Where's your help? It's within your realm of possibilities to control your environment in certain ways. In other words, do not stand between a acting out person and the door, right? Make sure you both have even access to the door. Open the door, right? If you are the person who's been called in to help in an escalating situation, don't come in all anxious and escalated yourself. Come in, and sometimes it controls the environment just to see that there are at least two people who are present and going to manage the situation. Right? Sometimes it's a uniform that either triggers more acting out or can settle someone down just because there is a witness and someone who exemplifies boundaries and an ability to enforce limits. Right? So look at what you can control in your environment. Move items, move yourself, right? Open doors, stand behind chairs so that there's something between you and the person who's acting out. And punching range, you want to stay out of punching range. You want to make sure there's at least 6 feet. We've been measuring that for a year now, right? 6 feet. Get 6 feet away from that person, because they'll have to lunge at you in order to assault you. And that gives you that extra half a second to respond. So control your environment, control yourself, and get on eye level with them. If they are sitting down, then you sit down. If they are standing up, then you stand up. Be at eye level. Be careful if you crouch down. I'm over 60. If I crouch down on my knees or crouch down in a squat position to be at eye level with someone, I'm very vulnerable because it's going to take me a little bit to get up. Right? So you want to make sure you don't put yourself in a position that leaves you physically vulnerable. Pull a chair over and sit on the edge of a chair, but be ready to move out of that. Sit on the edge of the chair, be ready to move as needed. So you want to have some exit strategies and exit maneuvers available to yourself for how do they get out, how do you get out. Keep in mind that crisis services is always available. And so know your resources, not just your in-house resources, but your community resources. So mobile crisis can come if there's a mental health issue or a consideration of danger of self or others in those escalated situations. Don't forget that this is one of the resources to call for help. So let's review a few things quickly. I know we're running short on time, I think. Whoops. Did I go too many? There we go. You want to stay calm. Isolate the situation as needed and as able, right? You can ask people to leave the area if things are looking like they're escalating and it's going to act out. You can ask other family members to leave the room. You want to remove audience, right? But don't isolate yourself so much that you don't have help, right? But remove your audiences, remove those people who are trying to intervene and over creating more chaos in the situation. Do enforce limits, listen, be aware of nonverbals. They're often telling you more than the words are telling you, and be consistent, right? Try not to overreact. Try not to get in a power struggle. Do not make false promises. Do not threaten, and be wise about your language. Using jargon can be more disconcerting for folks. They can get concerned, afraid, or feel like you're talking down to them when you're using jargon they don't understand. So in summary, you may not be able to control what's happening or the precipitating factors or the person's acting out, but you can control yourself, and you have some limitations, but ability to control your environment. And then you also have the ability to control yourself afterwards. Keep your own anxiety down, keep your own awareness down, and have a place where you can let go of your own adrenaline as you're going through this process with folks. Because there has to be a period of time of tension reduction. Okay? So tension reduction is that time frame where it's important that the person have time to breathe. Remember, I said 20 minutes for adrenaline to be reabsorbed enough and for the biochemistry to really start to really come back to a baseline. And that's without the influence of street drugs, alcohol, or some other medications, some other situations you want to keep in mind that those can also change the timing. Trauma response, right, can all change the timing of what's it going to take, how much time will it take for the tension to come back down. So it's a time thing. You want to keep your finger on the pulse of that decreased energy, because this is the most dangerous time for re-escalation. So you want to consider, what do you need to do to let go of this energy? I don't know about you, but I get really annoyed when people tell me to breathe, right? So be wise in what you tell people to do. You invite, you don't tell. What's an appropriate release for you? Do you want to go for a walk with me? Is it safe? Are there contained grounds? Is it safe to go for a walk with them? Is there a place where they can vent and swear and pound on a pillow? And does doing those things release, or does doing those things re-escalate? So there needs to be an opportunity for that dissipation of energy, right? So the acting out will sometimes increase and sometimes start to dissipate that tension. You need to allow time for the rest of the tension to come down. And you're really, the finger on the pulse is really making sure that you allow time to collect thoughts and regain control before you go into debriefing. So it takes time. You want to re-engage about anything except this incident, right? This is not the time to review what happened. This is a time to regain confidence, regain connection, regain engagement, do some self-care. Let's go get some water. Let's go get some tea. Let's sit, let's walk, right? Let's get a little snack, right? So remember, hydration, fuel, movement, right? Because again, I'm going to say this tension reduction is the most vulnerable phase for recreating or creating another trigger, right? Debriefing is a whole nother category. Debriefing, did I go too many slides? Let's see. Nope, I didn't. I got them out of order there. That should be the next slide. And then this. So in debriefing, we want to provide support, encouragement to all involved. We want to express trust and confidence, and we want to put closure on an incident. The purpose of debriefing is not to figure out who's to blame. The purpose of debriefing is an opportunity to really look at what happened. How did it happen? Are our policies that we have in place adequate? Is our safety plan that we have in place adequate? Is our help and our way to call for help adequate, right? What is going on? What happened? Not who's right, who's wrong, right? Everyone's going to have a different perspective of what happened because they are under the influence of adrenaline themselves. We're not after making sure all the stories match. We're after looking at where was your concern? How did you perceive it? What were you lacking? What are you needing? Right? And how do we do this going forward? So it's about making agreements, not having fights. You don't want to start a power struggle over debriefing. We're really looking for patterns. If there's a pattern of behavior with a particular worker or a particular family or a particular person receiving services, that's important to recognize, because then we work with the pattern to set things in motion to circumvent or reduce escalating situations. But that means we also have to notice our own patterns, our own triggers. We really want to look at alternatives, resources. What interventions were the most helpful? What worked, what didn't? I'm just giving the slides a minute to catch up to the things that I've said, because, you know, there are visual learners. There are folks that are reading the slides more than they're listening to me, and there are people listening to me more than they're reading the slides. And there are people who are doing both, and people are doing neither. So just giving you a minute to catch up on that. So in summary, you know, in any crisis, there's only 3 outcomes. Things get better, things get worse, or things stay the same. I am going to speak just a second to things get worse. Sometimes it looks like things got better, but what we did was we taught them how to put it more underground or covert, right? It didn't get better, they got sneakier. Right? So in your assessment or evaluation of what happened, what do we need to do? Do we need to adjust a service plan? Do we need to adjust a perspective? Do we need to adjust where we meet with this person or with this family? Do we need to have help on the standby? Just be aware that sometimes we teach them how to do things more covertly, and we think it's better, but it really isn't. Oops. So I'm back to the idea of caring for oneself is the first step in providing the best safety, care, and welfare for others. If you're okay, you have something to offer. If you are not okay, you are offering more escalation. You're offering more chaos. You're offering more of what we're actually trying to bring down and bring back, right? So caring for yourself, and back to where we started, self-care, self-care, self-care. So I want to put this slide back up and say, I've referred to this several times in this quick hour and a half that we've had together. Really consider your self-care and how you manage your self-care on a daily basis. Because when things escalate, when you're in crisis, and these things are not in place for you, these things are not part of your daily living, that crisis will be worse. So part of de-escalation starts with just your daily personal care habits, your daily ability to recognize that you are putting yourself first in ways that matter, so that you can show up at work with clients in situations, and when needed, put them first because you're taken care of. But when you're not taking care of yourself and there's a crisis and you have to put whatever is yours aside and take care of others, it's very, very volatile. It's difficult, right? It's not very stable. One of the things that I consider when I'm really looking at, I'm just going to back up for a second. One of the things that I really consider when I'm looking at situations is how invested or how over-invested am I in that person's situation? Am I rescuing or am I helping? Do I know how to be of service correctly? So, which means I have good boundaries. I'm recognizing where my limitations are, and that what I want for the person, what I wish for the person, what I really sometimes want to just put down their throat is not necessarily in their best interest. And it's over investment, it's poor boundaries. So one of the things I tell myself, or there's a phrase that I use, and that is, what is the most benevolent outcome for all in this situation? Or let me say it a different way. What is the best win-win situation we can come up with here? So when you look at and you consider win-win, when you come from the perspective of how do we get to a win-win, and even if you don't know, offer that question. What would a win-win look like? Whether that's in a staff meeting, a planning meeting, or an actual interaction with another staff, with a client, with a family, what is the best win-win scenario here? What is the most benevolent outcome? That mind frame will help you not be the person escalating the situation. So we want to shift those statistics from most of the time it's the staff or the person in charge escalating the situation. We want to shift those statistics. We do not want to be the cause of escalating situations. And once again, I'm going to say it's not because we're trying to be bad or we are difficult people, or it's because when anxiety comes up, fear sometimes follows. And if we don't have a plan, if we don't have boundaries, if we don't know where our help is, if we don't have some ideas on how to handle things, it's scarier. And your own anxiety is going to go up, and you're going to grasp at straws for what to do and how to do it. And that's how you're going to contribute to the escalating situations. So self-care and pre-plan. Have support from your staff. So Anna, how am I doing with time? Have we got some time for question and answers? If not, I'm going to say we're at the end of the day.
Hi there, guys. Sorry, Anna had to step away for a minute. We have about 5 or so minutes. So if we do have any questions, if you guys want to post them in chat now, and I can let Tracy know if I'm seeing anything come through. I see wonderful comments. They love what you're sharing, Tracy. So great job.
All right, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to present today. And if there are any questions that folks have or some follow-up that they have, please feel free to contact me either through this company or you can visit my website or email. And I just really appreciate the opportunity to provide this information. And Anna, thank you so much for moderating. And I guess that's a wrap.
Wonderful. Tracy, we did have one question, and I was going to follow up with Ann and those, but they did ask, will your presentation be shareable? Is it okay to share what you shared today, or can they access that in documents?
The PowerPoint, are you talking about?
Yes. Yeah, the PowerPoint.
If y'all will get in touch with me on how to get that over to you, yes,
okay.
Or you can contact me directly and I can email it to them.
Perfect. Thanks, Tracy.
Thank you.
All right. It looks like everyone is saying thank you. So I'm not seeing any other questions today.
All right. Okay. Thanks so much. And everyone have a great rest of your day. Do good self-care. You got time.
All right. Thank you again, Tracy. Wow. So informative, so relevant to communicating on a daily basis in any scenario, family, client, work, or home, to slow down and pace ourselves. Excellent and all helpful tools to practice and add to our toolbox. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Attendees, if you'll stick around here in the main stage for our conference closing, we'll give everyone a minute to wrap up their sessions and join us to conclude this year's conference. Thanks, Tracy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. What a conference we have had over the past few days together. I was reviewing some data between the last break, and 95.9% of attendees who signed up for this year's conference logged in. That means 351 out of 366 of you attended and stayed with us for this year's virtual conference. My mind is blown. Before we jump into the closing for this year's virtual conference, how about one more final door prize drawing? Let me welcome Mary Claire, this year's entertainment chair, to the stage.
Hi, Lisa. Hi, everybody. I'm sorry. I think some of you saw me pop up. I went and showed my video camera. I didn't mean to do that early, but hello, everyone. Hope you all had a great time. I can't believe this was the fastest 2 days that I've had without being on vacation, right? Vacation flies. This flew. I can't believe we're already at the end. So we have one more chance to get a great door prize. Again, thank you so much, SMI, for providing $25 gift cards to those winners. So here's last time, number 4. Renee's going to spin that wheel. And while he does that, don't forget, whoever wins, make sure you put all the information, your contact information, so Jerry Fritz, our wonderful treasurer, can contact you about getting your gift card. All right, let it roll one last time, Renee. And the winner is
Let's spin it again.
yeah. Is that Event Moby one?
Yeah.
Come on, Wheel. Come on, Wheel. I feel like Vanna. Who is it? Delia Johnson. Delia. Oh my gosh, I'm butchering your name? I cannot believe it. Delia Johnson. Is that who won? I think that's who won.
That's who won.
Okay, did I butcher her name? I'm so sorry. But thank you. That was fun. Let's do it again next year in person.
Great job, Entertainment Committee. And thank you again, SMI, for the continued sponsorship and sponsoring our conference door prizes. To all of our sponsors, we are so grateful and glad to have each of you with us for conference. Hope to have you all return in person with us next year. Thank you, Matt, for teaching us how to self-care and have a plan to recovery during these challenging times. I want to remind you all you're doing an incredible job and remind each other that we have survived 100% of our hardest challenges. A huge shout out to Lupe and the awards committee members this year and the wonderful job and presentation of this year's CFSC awards. Congratulations again to this year's CFSC award winners. Thank you to those who took the time to submit a nomination. It is so rewarding to hear all the wonderful work and services being offered and completing throughout child support. To the board's very own Donna Gibbs and all of this year's retirees, congratulations again and enjoy your next chapter in your journey. Your knowledge and contributions have not gone unnoticed and you will be greatly missed. Show of hands. Who wants to hear who our gamification challenge winners are? No one? Okay, I guess we're done then. Wait, just kidding. It was so close. Okay, our winners are from 3rd to 1st place. 3rd place, Francis White from Denver County. 2nd place, Sarah Schaefer from Denver County. And drum roll, our 1st place winner and this year's Who's Who's of Conference Challenge and Passcode winner, Mary Borse of La Plata County. Woo! Congratulations, everyone. Congratulations to all of our prize winners from this year's conference. Be on the lookout for a conference follow-up email from our treasurer, Jerry, to get you your gift card prizes. Great job again to those board members who've worked so hard on making this such a fun and interactive challenge for everyone. There is still time to make a difference. Head over to the conference homepage, click the Caruso Family Charities logo, and donate. Make sure to include CFSC, your name, and county in the donation comments. Wonderful job again, Donations Committee, and those who submitted charity nominations for connecting us with this year's charity of choice. Thank you, thank you, thank you to all of this year's conference speakers and moderators. You are the sparkle throughout conference. You have inspired, motivated, and empowered us all to keep doing amazing work being done within our program. Attendees, make sure you are completing session feedback located on the bottom of each session page. Our conference survey has now been posted. Please make sure you take a few minutes after we finish here and let us know how we did and what you enjoyed most about conference this year. It has been an incredible year again, and let's give a huge round of applause and thanks to this year's board for all of their hard work, dedication, and commitment. A special thanks to our Event Mobi success manager and producer, Christine Mack and Crystal Carew and team for all of your support and helping us in putting together our first ever virtual conference. Attendees, I hear you. Sessions are being recorded, and once the board has a little time to recover, John and the new board will determine where these will be stored and shared with everyone. Keep an eye out on the CFSC website, social media, and through ACES Mail for post-conference updates from the board. Again, please note documents and information will be available on the platform for 30 days after conference, so make sure you have downloaded any documents for conference before then. Before we all go our separate ways, a few takeaways from this year's conference. You are all awesome. Genuine human connection is all about being honest and vulnerable so that we can accept and love each other as we are. True compassion does not come from wanting to help those less fortunate than ourselves, but from realizing our kinship with all beings. Connection is about showing up for others, welcoming who they are in this moment. A few ways to start connecting or reconnecting. Take time to ask questions, listen and be present, and empathize without judgment. So go now, connect to the present, connect to yourself, connect to others, connect to nature, and connect to everything around you. Let's continue growing together, supporting each other, encouraging each other, and staying connected with each other. Even apart, we can still find ways to be together. We hope to see everyone back in person next year in Vail. Have a wonderful evening. And in the words of Bugs Bunny, that's all, folks. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.